You guys are reenacting my life right now.
I'm sure.
People who can only count to 2.
1, 2, check. 1,
Life
2.
is a binary system of ones and zeros.
So what you're saying is you work with gully dwarves?
But there's a 2.
1 0 0 1 0 0 0 0 1 0 1 0 0 1 0 0 1.
Adam got it.
0.
2,
Wait,
but not more than 2.
2.
There's like 27 of them. What the fuck are you talking about? Like I said, not more than 2.
Right. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
We are live, by the way.
That's fine.
When I
now
tell
broken the binary
Everything is
computational
awesome.
method.
my sound check from now on for every sound guy, and I've actually now have been known because people know who I am off my sound check. It's hey diddly day check toodly doodly is what I say on because it covers
Nice.
so many syllables, and sound guys love it, and they're like, "Oh, you're Darren." Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure enough.
That is me.
I love it. I love
I'm
it.
here for it.
All right, so we're ready to go?
Yep.
Yes.
Really do.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the adventures of the intrepid crew of the Berezaya Argia. As you can see, most of us are wrapped up in layers of clothing because it's packing cold in Minnesota, in which we actually are all currently in Minnesota today. So, hey.
I'm not loving it, to be fair.
Yeah. Neither
You
are
knew
we.
what you were getting into when you
Loving
came
it.
up. Okay, I didn't realize that it was going to be like 20 below zero.
There's this thing called, weather.com that, can tell you and then even tell you more than one day.
I suggest NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association.
I mean, I have
Yeah.
WT forecast, so it swears at me.
Yes, I have that on my phone too. I love it.
Yeah. So, at any rate, where last we left off, which, as a little recap, the group decided to have a bit of a sort of a retreat to build a bit of a bonding with each other and get to know each other a little bit more. And we had a wonderfully good time having a drunken D&D session. And by the end, holy fuck, was I drunk! But I digress. But where we, I believe we found out a bit more about each other's characters and maybe a little bit more of what makes them tick, which is great. You actually all kind of fell asleep or passed out, as the case may be, at kind of a campfire out in the kind of the wildernessy area of Braylon, kind of southwestish of Sharn. I don't have my map in front of me to tell me exactly what forest it is, but it doesn't really matter.
It's actually not named on the map.
That's fair. The no-name forest. There you go. No, I'm just kidding. But regardless, so you wake up in the morning. In general, a bit hungover. It's a little chilly, to say the least.
Freaking balmy compared to right now.
Yeah.
Sorry. No.
But I digress. Sure enough, actually, you kind of wait. Well, you do wake up to the. It is a little bit on the balmy side, but you do wake up to kind of the snap and crackle of the fire as you actually see a Zaya, pardon me, putting some logs and wood on the fire to kind of keep it going, as she was not allowed to drink, and so is sober and not hungover, and is taking care of her crew. So, but as you all start to kind of gain groggy consciousness and
So we got a long rest, is what you're saying.
You will have a long rest.
I
For some
had
of us that
said
don't have all of our hit points, this was key.
I had said that I was staying up to keep watch, so I'm going to go ahead and take that point of exhaustion.
Okay.
Were you?
Yeah, no, I had said I stayed up to keep watch.
I
I
remember
went and-
that.
Yeah.
I went and
Okay.
retched all the alcohol out of my system, slapped
Oh,
a cure on
that-
myself, and curled up with Rhiannon and kept watch.
now
Okay.
I remember that.
Kept me warm.
I have a quick technical question. I still
Yes.
have temporary hit points, but I'm guessing those are from something before and
That
those are
will go
gone.
away at the end of your long rest.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I just wanted to confirm. I thought that was
Yeah, I think that's part of his inspirational speech.
Yep.
I
right.
think so.
Thanks.
Yep.
So it is a long rest. You regain your hit points and up to half your hit die and gain your spells and all that good stuff. And as you kind of come to in the morning and kind of get reacquainted with consciousness and sobriety, what would you what I guess would you like to do?
Okay.
I'm going to sit here and figure out how to track my exhaustion on D&D Beyond,
Oh,
Oh, it's under
conditions.
conditions.
which is where.
To
Okay,
the
Right below hit
previously.
points.
Right below
Oh!
hit points.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Amaya's probably playing with Zaya in the woods.
Okay. That's fair.
Arca's eating
I would-
the old green dragon, probably.
Totally play with Zaya in the woods. Oh.
They're playing hide and seek, and Zaya is surprisingly good at it.
Wonder where she picked up those skills.
I mean, she is a dryad in a
I mean, at some
forest.
point, do
Well,
you just
that too.
declare that it's not fair that she disappears into a tree? Like,
Yeah, we got ground rules. Ground rules.
we
Zaya.
can't all do
Ground
that.
rules, she
Come on
actually
now.
has to stay on the ground. Like,
Yeah. Not melt into the ground. No.
Yeah, Maya's got a +9 perception. She can eventually find her.
You get out of that maple tree right now.
right? Either that or she's just like, yeah, we'll play hide and seek. She goes behind a tree and then just goes back to the ship.
Yeah, bamps back to Zaya.
It's like, God damn, we've been doing this for hours. She's like an expert.
But of course, the whole time that Amaya is looking for her, she's like communicating with her like through the mind link, like, I wonder if you're over here.
My gosh.
That's a jerk move.
As Amaya is looking for the Zaya who's back up on the ship, Barca's out there looking for hunting a snipe.
Nice. Snipe hunt.
I'm going on a night hunt. I'm
Well,
gonna get a big one.
Rhiannon will remind everyone that we have some things to investigate and a fighting ring that we need to check out.
Well, we need,
Gavin starts packing up the camp.
yeah, we need to get. God damn it, we need to get to Rihanna's mom though.
Barca Barca lost Barca's mom many days, months, moons ago. However, warming up, guys.
Really hard.
But so Barca understand we should, if we have chance to get Riri's mom, we should go get Riri's mom.
There's a chance that my father could have an inn, a way to get to the game, the ring, the fight, whatever, the fight, so that we can hopefully pursue some leads there, but I'll need to go talk with him.
I'm gonna ask, are we talking? Are we talking or are we fighting?
My dad?
Not your dad when we get down to the ring.
That depends on what happens with my dad.
Okay.
Preferably just talking, but...
It's a slaver ring, which is technically illegal in Breland. I really don't have an issue with going in and just kicking some ass. But that might be the hungover, not sleeping talking.
I mean,
Oh, I don't have that yet.
I mean, honestly, if we could figure out who's in charge, we could, like, tail them and kidnap them and extract information.
That's kind of more what I
that
was
seems
thinking.
excessive.
Doesn't that?
I didn't say torture, I said extract. There's a difference.
What about going
Also
undercover?
seems like a waste of time.
Undercover?
Undercover has potential. A lot of it's going to depend on what my father
No,
was able to find.
no. Unless we're all going undercover, we're not splitting the fucking party again.
Well, as long as
We can't always rely on the goblins to drop cannonballs from heaven. It's not a thing we can do.
They're not a great aim, guys. They're not great.
God damn it, Jesse.
I mean, they did fine last time.
No!
I almost got coffee all over my rig.
Fucking Wanda, man. Wanda.
Maybe Wanda just needs more practice.
So, do I know of the fighting ring we're about to go to, by the way, Mr. Maestro?
You out of character, or no, not, let me rephrase. You know there was a fighting ring somewhere in Sharn, because that's where you escaped from, Barca, to get where you are currently. As far as where it was, admittedly, you kind of when you snuck off and kind of snuck on board the airship, it was less of a planned thing and more of a kind of a mad dash, running for your life sort of thing. So you don't necessarily have you don't necessarily know if this fighting ring that Rhiannon's dad is looking to get information on, if it's necessarily the same one, but chances are pretty likely it probably is.
Got it.
You know this much. If you were to get back into that region, that area of Sharn, since Barca is definitely much more of a kind of a visual, tactical, like more in the moment sense based, you have an idea that if you get into that area, you'd probably remember it better.
Right on.
You know what I mean? As far as recognizing if it's the same place or similar place or what have you.
Yeah, because I imagine he was. I mean, he wasn't necessarily privy to the locations he was being taken to as a fighting slave. So,
Yeah.
Right.
He'll probably, yeah. But he does know it's in Sharn, because that's pretty.
You definitely know it's in Sharn, because that's where you guys, that's ultimately where you kind of broke free from to kind of get there in the first place, so to speak.
Got it. Thank you. That informs what Barca would say then. Just it should be known that if we go to Charn, if we go there, Barca could be recognized, especially if we go to fighting arena. Barca is known by many names in many arenas and very recognizable, specifically if the red cloaks are there.
Talents.
What would happen if you were recognized?
Barca calls them red cloaks because he doesn't. They're probably wearing red.
That's fair.
Visible thing. But yes, it is the red town. What was the question?
What would happen if you were recognized?
Well, I suppose I should. I mean, after last night, I probably should tell you guys that Barca escaped from a fighting arena in Charn.
Ah,
Oh.
Barca didn't win his freedom in the ring.
oh boy. Okay.
Barca
Well, that's
had
a wrinkle.
Barca had good reasons for. I mean, Barca was great champion and would have won Barca's freedom, but Barca couldn't stay.
Okay.
Now, for what it's worth, as kind of a reminder to, and kind of going over my notes here that are, of course, haphazardly over like 5 billion different pages. Rhiannon, your kind of mentor / handler or whatever. Ooh, if was it Sion?
Yeah.
Sion, there you go. Gotta add that to the list too. So many names I gotta add to the list.
All the names everywhere.
I have actually started up a separate sheet just for me, just to keep track of all the NPCs, and it's not working. Anyway, Sion did mention there was a the fighting ring run by a Goliath named Harsk,
Right.
but also mentioned that there was a Knoll smuggler, for lack of a better term, by the name of Husker that apparently smuggles things in and out of Droam.
Yeah.
So I mean, you do have a couple of different options there as well, but just saying if you're worried about one over the other.
Yeah. I don't remember if I told the party all of that or not, so I will just sort of mention that and maybe we try to meet up with Husker, and if that doesn't work, or if he doesn't have what we need.
Can we get back to Zaya before we make any definite plans?
I thought we were walking and talking back to Zaya.
I thought, yeah.
Kind of what I'm clarifying, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind.
I'm sorry. I don't understand all the rules here. Is this stuff legal
No.
in Charn?
No.
So, would anybody actually do anything about it if they... This is like under the table legal, though. Like, nobody's gonna do anything about it.
Well, see, Barca was a good fighter, and he left without whoever owned him.
It is illegal.
Barca was a great fighter.
Sorry,
Barca would be very valuable.
the best fighter.
Yeah.
So, no, it's not legal, but that doesn't obviously.
I mean, he would be wanted by the authorities. He'd be wanted by the slavers that had him. Really wanted by them.
So while it is illegal, the authorities would not be likely to do anything to assist us in taking them down.
Nope.
My
Yeah,
house
if we
is
get into
interested.
trouble, it is us.
Yeah, my house cannot officially help us in any
Yep.
official capacity.
Could Barca be disguised to help if Barca was not Barca, but Barca was there?
Potentially.
I only have something for an hour.
I mean, they
That
sell
would work.
magic items that would do the trick, but I'm pretty sure that you're pretty full up right now, bud.
I checking my equipment list.
Do you know
that would
if
require attunement?
Yeah, it would be something that would require attunement.
Yeah, Barca's pretty full up on a tournament.
That
Yep.
one.
I mean, is there anything that you could live without for a short span?
is there
Yeah, Barca pretty strong. Barca could handle most things. He could take some resistance off.
I mean, this might be a silly question, but was there a price for your freedom? Like, was there a set amount that you could have paid and be free? Or was it you had to win X amount of fights for X amount of years?
Barca was a great gladiator, and Barca still believes in gladium, but it's not until the masters say you free. There's no punch card of fights to win.
Gotcha. I was just thinking of if we could have paid a ridiculous, exorbitant amount,
I mean,
which
that
is
an
disgusting,
option.
but maybe that might be an option. How much cash do we have now?
We have quite a lot.
Right.
Barca's probably worth more than ship have. I mean, Barca starts pointing at his medals. Barca's got many nicknames. Barca's known as Beast of the Pits, the Enraged Bear, Death's Fury, Bringer of Rain, and he's pointing at all these different awards and trophies. Defender of Virtue, the Barracutioner, Champ.
The Barracution.
That's wonderful.
The Champion of Dargoon.
Oh, jeez.
Barca never lost fight in the arena. Barca lost a few fights in pits when younger and learning, but never in arena. I don't.
Okay.
If anything, Red Cloaks would assassinate Barca before Barca went to another fighting group of people, or whatever we call those assholes. A different Ludus. Sorry.
What if we try to make a fake case that you are now a unfit warrior, even though you're not?
I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Why don't we see if we can check out this knoll?
Yeah.
And then if we need to go to the fights, then we can start thinking about how we're going to do that.
Here's the question, though. Do we take Barca with us? Or is he staying on the ship?
Or do we get him something that'll disguise himself?
Or that?
Why,
Sean.
Ember, are you asking us if we should split the party?
It sure sounds like it.
No. I'm
Okay.
saying that we always have to have a guard on Zaya.
This is
Oh,
my
God.
backpedaling motion right here. This
I
is
really-
what this is.
Well, and
Bark
no
again.
Kaladin and
Screw you,
Nikali.
man!
I mean, Kaladin and Nikali are both
Technically, we always split the party
Look,
when we
on
leave
the-
someone on the boat.
ships. So I mean, you've got people to watch the ship
Yeah.
if that's what
I
you're
know.
Here's what I am going to propose. And again, I haven't slept, so if it's a stupid idea, feel free to say so. After I give
dumb.
the idea. We're heading back to Zaya. Let's stop in Sharn, get I think they're hats of disguise, I don't remember. For Barca.
Yeah.
Let him-
Oh, the top hat.
Right. Let him
Yeah.
kind of familiarize himself with it. Go see the knoll. If the knoll doesn't pan out,
Break a window.
then we'll go do the fight thing.
Yes.
Does anybody have a particular issue with this series of events in the order in which I have proposed to them?
No.
Bark is confused, but Barco will go along with plan.
That's all right. We got you,
We
buddy.
got you, buddy.
Okay.
We need to find a hat.
Shouldn't
Back to Zaya!
Shouldn't be difficult to find in Sharn.
Hat of
Hat of disguise.
what was it? Hat of many disguises.
It's literally just hat of disguise, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you guys board Zaya and head back toward Sharn then?
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Okay. Now, admittedly, it was only like an hour or two of travel. Like, it didn't take long for Zaya. And sure enough, you guys get back without too much issues. Docking fees, again, are probably going to be like we'll call it a gold a day.
I tossed them 5 gold.
Okay.
Just in case
That's us. Heavy tippers.
No, it's for 5 days. I'm not fucking tipping. For
Save a
docking
horse, ride a
fees.
cowboy.
And
Hopefully
and
it's
you
yeah.
you see as you're kind of settling up with the docking or the docks master or what have you, you see your Rhiannon, you actually see your father is kind of sitting there sort of tapping his foot sort of impatiently, like waiting for the guy to be done and walk away so he can approach you. Like you see he's
I watch him.
okay. So yeah, as soon as the dockmaster leaves to go on with their duties, you see your father is like, "Where have you been? I should know better. You have a ship, but where did you guys go? I
Just
was
out.
looking for, I'm sorry. This is,
We went out, man.
I'm sorry. And he gives you a hug and he's like, I apologize. It's been a stressful, I got a lead on something.
Wait, here, come. Why don't you come on board the ship?
Yeah, you're right.
Are you okay? You seem very nervous.
It's the city. It just bugs the shit out of me. Let's talk on board the ship.
I'll lead him onto the deck. Just out to the
Okay.
deck. What did you find?
So there is, I got information on where the fight is and when it's going to be hosted, which is why I was kind of worried when I found out that your ship had left, because the fight's happening tonight.
Of course it is.
Of course it is.
Now, the good news is I know where it's at. The bad news is that the people that apparently go to these events tend to be fairly well-to-do, so it's like invite only. So I don't know how you're going to necessarily deal with that. I mean, I know you're a clever gal and can figure it out.
Well, we had talked last time about a noble friend of yours who owed you a favor.
Right, and unfortunately, the favor was to give me information on where the fight's at, but not to get a foot through the door.
Okay.
Who's in the fight? Do you know the name of the gladiators involved in the fight tonight?
I don't. They didn't. That wasn't really mentioned, other than that there are several fights. Apparently, this particular ring or fight club, whatever you want to call it, they're apparently fairly prolific in being sort of a uh, kind of a secret sort of subversive thing for rich nobles and aristocrats to go hang out at, and sort of a thrill seekers and whatnot that want to sort of safely skirt the danger of Lower Sharn. The fights do take place in Lower Sharn, though. They've got several locations that they kind of seem to go through. I mean, the locations seem to vary. I think part of that's just to kind of keep the city guard on their city watch on their toes, so they're not getting caught necessarily. But I'm guessing because of some of the nobility and aristocrats and wealthy merchants that are involved as far as uh, the audience watching the show, that it's kind of that the watch is sort of paid to look the other way.
Mm-hmm. Barca knows these types of fights. Barca wants to know. First, Barca wants to let you know is that it's a ludus. The different luduses, it's where the gladiators come from, where we get trained, where we get enslaved. That part is called a ludus. It's probably important. Maybe we get the group on the terminology. Wow, that was a big word for Barca. The right
He's
word.
learning.
Take a die 6 psychic damage.
You are not the GM.
I know.
You're right. Take a die 10. No.
Wow.
Well, we get on the same page of if we go into this place and we don't know how to act like rich people, we will garner attention.
I have a crazy idea.
I like crazy ideas from Riri.
I
should be offended.
We get mail, right? We get letters, we get invitations, we get all of this stuff because we're the crew of the Berezaya Argia.
Well, because many people are curious as to such a unique ship and wanting to know more, and also
I want to flip through and see if there are any invitations from any of the wealthy elite in Sharn.
There are actually probably several invitations, both from more scholastic agencies like the university, as well as probably the Clifftop Adventuring Guild and whatnot. So there's several of those, and there's probably a few wealthy individuals that have probably made some inquiries as well as far as offering to host a sort of a gala in your honor to kind of introduce you into society, so to speak, as far as that goes. So there are things like that. Now, there are no invitations to an illegal underground fight club necessarily, but
so I want to show particularly the wealthy people who are offering to throw galas. I want to show those to Karth, to my father, and ask if he recognizes any of the names in conjunction with the fight ring.
Okay, and he'll flip through them. None of them necessarily ring a bell that that he can think of so much, but admittedly, his he does not have like the few noble contacts or whatever he had, he's already kind of used to get what information he has. He's not necessarily a guy that runs in those circles a whole heck of a lot, other than when if one of them wants to go to, Kabara and needs a guide or something,
I have thought.
Barca have thought too. You can go first, Gav. And Gav.
I'm Gav. Gavin does what
I
it.
am loving these nicknames.
I do have a contact that we might be able to get an invitation to one of these things, but I would have to go alone.
To the contact or to the...
I would have to go to the contact alone. I could get the invitations and bring them back here.
Alone sounds like a bad idea. Can
We're
you
not
take
letting
at least
anybody go anywhere
Yeah.
alone.
someone?
I could probably take Rhiannon, because she's already been there, but other than that...
Oh, him. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier.
That's kind of what they do. And honestly, while we're out, we could get... He points at Barker. We could get his hat of disguise.
Mm-hmm. If your friend can't get us an inn, he at least...
He at least can point us to the person that could.
Yep.
I think all good ideas, but is goal to talk to leaders of like the leaders and the high end people of this fight ring area so you can get information on your mother?
The goal is to get there and see what we can see and maybe start sniffing around. We don't have enough information to know.
We are going to investigate.
Okay.
Yes.
Barca has a bit more of a risky idea.
Okay.
When you have champion and champion wins fights, many upper ups want to open mouths and talk. Barca's seen it many times with Master. When Barca will win, Master get conversations in all sorts of ways because people interested in the person who has fighter win. Barca would take pride if we said we were a free fighting Ludus and you enter Barca in. If Barca wins, you have access to all the information, possibly more than you need. Barca never loses in the arena. Barca's never lost in the arena. And then Barca can get name of bringer of information. And savior of Riri's mom.
I would be very happy to give you that particular one. That's really risky.
It is, but Barca never lose.
No.
And we might not have another opportunity soon to make this happen.
Can we figure out if we can get in and talk to this Knoll before we go do the go-ahead on that particular plan? It's not a bad idea, Barca. I really like where your head's at. It is risky as hell, but I get your sacrifice there, and we do appreciate that. But let's call that like Plan E.
And there are several letters before we get to Plan E.
So this is the backup plan? Is that what?
This is the backup of the backup of the backup.
Okay.
It's a good idea. I like where your head's at, but I don't want to split the party unless we absolutely have to. He said as he's about to go alone to see his contact.
Not alone.
Almost alone.
Well, you go. Barca's friends wouldn't be far. Barca's friends be in crowd, and being strategic places. Barker not go alone.
Even with your plan, though, buddy, that is contingent on us being able to get into the fight in the first place.
Yep.
Right.
So,
But if we have a fighter,
Well, but we
we
don't
can
even.
get him.
We don't know how to even potentially enter a fighter.
I have an idea for that too, but let's burn that bridge when we get to it.
I mean, if it was a group fight thing.
You could also say it's Barca, Beast of the Pits. That will get us in immediately. If Barca wins, Barca.
Is it sad that I want to bump this up to backup plan?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a good plan. I mean, risky, but I think it gets us. My only plan is Barca. If we went and said that you were Barca, that provides other.
Here's
problems.
the thing, and I'm not.
That's probably true.
Shoot, yeah. What about your past owner?
Barca would love to kill past owner, but
Great, let's do that.
Hold on, hang on.
Whoa.
No, I have things I need to say.
I'm on
I don't
board.
like slaves are bad. We should be going and killing the people who
Yes,
are slaves.
thank you. I like this plan because it ends with
Let's
us
go kill them.
murdering slavers.
Okay,
Okay, but
Let's do
also-
it.
but
Arash, do you
we
wanna,
need
at this point,
information.
No.
be ready to like turn around and go kill.
Charge!
Oh my god.
Okay, but no, you're right. We need information. So we'll murder all but one slaver and ask him questions.
No, that's I truly believe if Barca enters fight and wins, Barca will be okay.
We won't murder
Barca-
everybody until after we get the information we need?
Barca's friend once said to Barca when he was angry that even though someone deserves murder, it doesn't mean they deserve death.
Oh, god damn it.
Let's go talk to a knoll.
Did you
Let's go
get
talk
an
to my contact,
intelligence
then go
item?
talk to your
Because
knoll.
holy crap, Barca.
That's not intelligence. That's
Memory.
caring for other people.
Oh. It was just so very eloquent. I'm so proud.
Barca also didn't make that up. Barca's friend told Barca that Barca just understood.
Barca is a very good Barca.
Barca, is it okay if I give you ear scritches?
just yeah, but just not the hurty one.
Yep, I gotcha. He goes up and he scritches the good ear.
And you hear like him lean in, and then his foot starts hitting the deck pretty hard, and kind of like vibrates the deck a little bit.
Oh, that's a good Barca.
Oh god, that's the spot. Yeah.
Maya's hand goes up to her mouth and she's hiding a smile.
Rhiannon is still looking at her father, just like,
Let's go talk to my contact, see if we can't get an invite to this place. I gotta say that I like Barca's plan. Things I never thought would
Yep.
leave my mouth.
We'll
talk about it later.
Barca finally gets planned.
Barca did the good plan.
Perhaps we could see if there was a 2v2 or a 3v3 option so that we were a little bit less fractured. Send in some Barca backup.
That would be great.
I do have an idea. I need to talk to my contact first. If it works out, I will share the rest of my idea. If it doesn't, then it's not worth it anyway. That's why I'm really pushing this. Let's go talk to him, like literally right now.
Okay.
Very well.
Okay.
Just remember, if you have the crowd, you have the favor of the rich folks. If Barca wins, Barca has the crowd, which means the rich folks can't do much unless they want the crowd to get angry, and they lose their status. Barca's been around a lot of fights and ludices. Barca will have the crowd.
I know, buddy.
Okay.
I don't like putting you at risk. We'll talk about it when we get back.
Barca starts pointing at his ear. He starts pointing at his missing eye. He starts pointing.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Wait. This is stupid. Okay. So, if he goes to the fight, and you're in the arena and fighting, and somehow we can also get into the crowd. Barca, do you know how far the crowd is to the pit? The distance?
Every arena is different. Every fight area is different.
Right. But you
there-
know all of the arenas in Sharn, yeah?
I mean, the ones I've been in, sure. But Barker's only seen the slave areas. The cages were kept in before fight. The prep area before fight. The arena.
No, like in the arena.
How far from the pit to the audience?
The right. How far the crowd is, the spectators, to the fighters.
It depends on
Right.
pit. I would know more if I saw arena and tell you, but if Barca saw, you see too. So the harder assault is not the distance. It's the guards that protect the crowd from the gladiators in case gladiators decide that they want to leave through crowd.
Okay,
Well,
hold
my
that thought.
thing is,
Hold on. I will turn to Rhiannon's dad. You said you know where this fight is happening.
Yeah.
Where is this fight happening?
Right. That's what I was trying to get to.
So there's a he mentions there's a district in the lower area, the cogs. I want to say it's somewhere in the cogs. I'll give me a moment. I can find you the more exact district here, but it's definitely in the lower. It's definitely in the lower end of. There we go. Okay. It's actually in lower in the. It's not in the cogs, but it's near the cogs. It's in lower Tavix Landing.
Say that again?
Lower Tavix Landing.
If I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure I remember correctly.
Or Barca, be honest, he's still. You could tell Barca where arena is, but
Until Barca sees it.
gladiators don't. We don't see very much except for Ludus area and the fighting arena. When we get there, we don't. With the ships Barca travel on, don't have windows. They keep us pretty
Right.
controlled.
What I'm trying to get at is I'm hoping that you will be within 30 or 60 feet of the crowd.
Barca thinks
so that
that's
possibly we could sling a heal or a buff or whatever at you to help you during the fight if it goes wrong.
Barca.
I want you to win, Barca.
Barca will win, but Barca also will say this: at any given moment, Barca would be 30 to 60 feet from a side. But if Barca is fighting and you get pushed to one side of arena, Barca might get outside 60 feet.
Right.
Arenas can be square. Arenas can be circles. The arenas can be like square circles. It's
Is that an oval?
Barca's not real sure. Now that you say oval, I was thinking like rounded rectangle, but you know.
Oh, I thought you were because a wrestling arena is referred to as the squared circle.
Oh.
That's what you were going for.
I had no idea.
Square circle. But Barca, even sometimes I've seen a great arena that was three sides, a triangle. I think is what Gavin maybe taught Barca at one point.
Yeah, 3 sides is a triangle, but
Yep.
Barca like shapes. But
Barca is so pure.
I can't.
but Barca, but please know, Barca never lose. Barca always win. Barca will be honored to fight with anyone, but Barca needs to know, like Barca needs to tell you that if you use magic, you have to use magic stealthy, because sometimes these fights, many dollars on fights for rich folks, and if magic happens, someone's usually there to out. It happened once to Barca when Barca almost lost, and they stopped fight because magic user buffed the opponent against Barca beyond Barca's abilities.
Okay, well, why don't
So-
Gavin and I...
We are gonna have to figure out.
Just to cut in real quick. So your father says it's in Lower Tavik's Landing. It's called Cogs Gate. It's primarily an area of warehouses. It's also a gateway, kind of a gateway to the lower levels of Sharn below that, which are referred to as the Cogs.
Mm-hmm.
Hence Cogs Gate. There's not a House Kundarak has a presence there as far as running warehouses and secured storage facilities. House Deneth hires out mercenaries from time to time for those that are venturing deeper below Sharn into the Cogs and under Sharn. But otherwise, it's primarily more warehouses and whatnot. It's not not really all that residential or anything like that. But just to give you kind of a brief idea of the location.
Okay. Got it. Rhiannon smacks Gavin on the ass. Hey.
Yep, I'm awake, I promise. Okay.
You need a nap.
Nah, I'm good. Oh, hang on. He runs downstairs into the stores, comes back with literally like a paper bag full of just coffee beans, which he's popping like jelly beans.
What is that?
No.
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 I'll tell you later, buddy.
Is that candy?
No, it's not candy. It's really bitter and not good.
Awesome candy.
But it can be.
It's the awesomest, especially if you coat it with chocolate.
We don't need Barca hopped up on caffeine. Dear God.
Barca.
Caffeine and sugar.
Barca will wink at Gavin. Oh, Barca won't have one now, but maybe later. Wink.
Does he say the word wink? Because that would be neat.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely says the word wink.
Yes.
Probably as he is also going.
Yeah, it's multiple.
Yep.
I think Barca just winked darling to you.
Yeah, he did just wink darling me. Of course, buddy.
You guys have this new built-up camaraderie from all the drinking from last
We
night,
do.
so you know.
We do.
Alright, maybe let's take... I don't remember where your friend is. How close can we get Zaya? So that inevitably, when we are descended upon by God knows what this time. Our friends are not very far.
Well, how about we go on foot, leave the air skiff? Because we each have, he taps the little amulet with the Zaya pendant.
Yeah.
He's like, we can communicate if we get into deep shit.
Yes, it's more about the time that it takes for people to get to us that I'm concerned about.
That's why we're leaving the air skiff. Way less time.
I see no way in which this could go poorly. Alright.
This is bound to go wrong.
Why don't we all take the air skiff? They can stay in it and wait, and we'll make like the last little bit of distance on our own. And they could just hang out on the air skiff.
Okay.
That way, they're not very far.
Okay.
Because half-dragon assassins that seem to have taken a liking to us. We should ask your friend about that.
One favor at a time.
It's not a favor, it's just asking for
I mean, we.
Are you
So
guys
with
willing
that-
to ride part of the way on an air skiff?
Sure.
Cool. Let's mount up.
Yeah, I don't.
Barca protect Zaya. Barca think it better that he until Barca is not Barca, he should stay on ship. Plus, Barca really wants to be captain one day, so
Barca is captain.
Barca is captain.
Barca chieftain right now. Everybody else is captain apparently.
And you see the goblins like, yep, chieftain of security.
He's got it. He kind of slaps him in the back as a camaraderie piece. Oop, sorry, 3PO.
It's Delilah.
Oh shit.
Fuck! That was one of my backup dancers, and she's actually good.
Still here. It's
Like every last one of the goblins have dislocated shoulders from every time Barca has clapped them on the back. Just
Well, he keeps seeing Rhiannon do it to Gavin.
just permanent rotator cuff damage.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Right, so everybody
Part
apparently
bug.
but Barca.
Part bear, part monkey.
Oh, a bug monkey. Let's do it.
No, oh my god! It is horrifying!
That's amazing, and I love it. Let's go see Jasper.
Just a spider monkey?
No.
Oh. Barca
Wow.
part spider,
Oh.
Barca part monkey.
No spiders.
Okay. I mean, I know what spider monkeys look like, but then you get into the mindset and then you make it with 8 arms
No.
and it's
And then you make it so much worse. We all get in the elevator and go down. I mean, the air skiff
Alright.
and go to Jasper's.
Okay.
Or at least part way to Jasper's, and I'll walk in the rest of the way with Rhiannon.
All right. So ultimately, you get to the district where his inquisitive agency's at, and you and Rhiannon hop off while everyone else more or less stays with the longboat.
Yep.
mm-hmm.
And you head into the Inquisitive's shop. It does appear to be fairly quiet, all things concerned, being kind of the middle of the day. You see a half-orc gentleman sort of kind of reclining in a chair with their feet up on the counter and sort of snoring. Although when you kind of walk in and, you know, the door sort of hits the little entrance bell, you see kind of, welcome to the Jasper, the Inquisitive Hi.
Hi. Is the boss in?
Just a moment. And then proceeds to kind of look around for a second and then kind of go back, and you see kind of opens a door and sort of peeks in and then kind of opens it a little further and sticks his head in, like shuts his like, nope, no, that doesn't appear to be. How can I help you though? I can help.
I'll give the passcode fundamentally.
Okay. Ah, all right. And you see kind of walks past you and kind of flips the little like out to lunch sign on the door and locks it. And it's like, so, how can I help you?
Really need to talk to the boss.
Well, no, I can talk to this guy. It would be better if we could talk to Jasper, but I'm guessing he's busy.
Yeah. Lately, that seems to be the case with the war and everything going on.
Understandable. We need to get an invitation to uh, the illicit gladiatorial fight that is occurring this evening, and we need it now. And if you can't facilitate that, perhaps you can point us to somebody who's on the take that can.
Right, and who are you again?
Gavin Pendergast.
Go and make a persuasion roll there, Mr. Gavin.
I good at those. We're not rolling that dice, though. That right dice is rolling shit yesterday. 26.
So I appreciate that you're in a bit of haste in this regards, but what exactly is going on here that you need this invite post haste?
Well, it's happening tonight. We need to go there to find out certain information, and unfortunately, we were not made aware that it was happening this evening until about an hour ago. Had I known sooner, I would have requested this sooner.
Well, I don't have an invite I could get my hands on. That being said, I know an individual that you may be able to negotiate their invite from them.
Okay.
But I warn you, you'll have to use some subtlety, as this individual, while, well, quite frankly, I don't like them, but they are fairly influential within the halls of power around here, and you don't want to ruffle their feathers too much.
We have means.
What'd she say?
And you see he grabs out a piece of parchment and starts writes down now, I heard this particular individual is in town. Most likely came into town because of the events, as they've been known to frequent them before. I'm not 100% certain where they're at, but my guess is, you said the fights are this evening?
Yes.
All right. Well, they're probably at one of these two locations. best guess. And he kind of folds up the paper and hands it to you. It's like, I would suggest burning that up before when you memorize it.
Do you happen to have on hand a investigator's badge from the Sharn City Watch? Let me rephrase that. I know you do. What is it going to cost me to get it from you?
Okay, this one, I will say, go and make another persuasion roll, but with disadvantage, because this is a
fair
big ask.
16 and 19, so total of 25 with disadvantage.
Persuasion is ridiculous.
And
16 was my lower.
He hems and haws a little bit, but ultimately he does relinquish a not a Sharn Watch badge, like not a City Watch badge, but he does put together some papers that would indicate a licensed inquisitive.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Like licensed and bonded with Brayland or whatever. Now, he does warn you, though, that while these documents look pretty, if it were to get any under huge scrutiny, like legal scrutiny, they wouldn't hold up.
Sure. That's fine. I thank you.
But for like the layperson who doesn't know what the legal papers for a licensed and bonded inquisitive from Brayland is, it'd probably be just fine.
That shit's going on my character sheet. I thank him. I will take a look. As he's putting that shit together, I'll actually look at the paper and memorize it and then eat it.
Well, I'll look at it and memorize it before he eats it.
All right. Tell you what, both of you go and make we'll call it an investigation roll.
Glad you're rolling. I'm not terrible, but I'm not as good as you are.
Nobody's as good as I am.
15. It's not bad.
Damn good at my job. Your fault. Come here.
So they do, as far as the locations where you could potentially find this guy prior to the evening's events, there is a location that, quite frankly, even for you, Gavin, is well, really for anyone who's lived in Sharn, is a fairly notorious place. Mm-hmm. And of course, I'm totally blanking on the name of it, but I
rolled a 23.
Have it on the tip of my tongue. But there is a certain there's a certain district, and I want to say it's either in the mid or lower end, but I forget of which section of the city. But it hosts I want to say it's like Everbright or something like that.
That sounds right.
That there is a specific, well, quite frankly, a brothel, high-end brothel that's run by, that's rumored to be running by a bunch of changelings and perhaps some doppelgangers. And it is considered a much kind of a high-end deal because, well, you literally can pay for
anything,
your heart's desires, in that particular sense. And I'm totally blanking on the name of it, but you know what I mean. So it's either there or the other place was the Death's Gate Adventurers Guild, which is a kind of like the Clifftop Guild. It's like a society or association of adventurers that do get hired out for a lot of times for excursions into different areas of Corvair, Zendrick, and beyond. They're also known to have a bit of a rivalry with the Clifftop Adventurers Guild, as those two guilds are the kind of the two preeminent leagues or societies for adventurers.
It's the Pathfinders versus the Aspis Corporation, like, or whatever they are.
More or less, if you were to give it a Pathfinder term, yeah.
Consortium.
But this particular individual, and we'll say his name's Viscount Wentworth.
Viscount Wentworth. I like it.
Reginald Wentworth, in fact.
Cool.
And that this individual, when they're not, when they visit Sharn, because they don't live in Sharn, but they're rich, they can do whatever. But when they visit Sharn, he's either found hobnobbing with adventurers, kind of living off of the coattails of the actual adventures, and actually he has sponsored several excursions into different areas too, which usually, for those types of events will grant the person who's kind of investing in the excursion to get a certain percentage back.
Sure.
Provided everything's successful. But it definitely is kind of a rich person's, an easy way for a rich person to sort of get exposed to that adventuring explorer lifestyle, but from the safety of home kind of thing,
Mm-hmm. He doesn't happen to be one of the people who sent a letter to Zaya, does he?
You know what? Pick a number 1 through 10.
7.
7? And I rolled an 8, so no, it is not.
That's okay.
I mean, Gavin, you only kind of vaguely recognize the guy's name, only in that you may have even met him back in the day, like more brushing shoulders than actual actual interaction or what have you. The name sounds vaguely familiar, more common in the courts of Roat than necessarily in Sharn itself. But truth be told, even with your noble family, sometimes running around in Sharn, going back and forth between Roat and Sharn is like going to the Hamptons for the weekend kind of
Right.
thing. Like, it's things you do,
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So we'll take the inquisitive stuff, the paperwork that he hands us. I will thank him. We'll head out. Literally just head to the magic shop that's across the street. And I do not have to roleplay this out. I will drop the 5K on a hat of disguise. If that's good with you.
Okay.
And then we'll head back to the airskiff.
That's fair.
I am keeping a very close eye on our surroundings, considering how many times we've been attacked in the streets of Sharn recently.
Go ahead and make a perception roll, Rhiannon.
Yeah.
Is perception one of the things I get? I don't think so. Let me check.
Now, Laura, just to let you know, when because I realize you and Gavin are kind of sharing the same mic.
Yeah.
I can hear you okay for the most part, but when you do talk very subdued, it is harder to pick you up.
Okay.
But when you speak out loud, I can hear you just fine. So just know to use your theater voice.
Use my theater voice.
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled a dirty 20 for perception.
Nice. You see many individuals and wonderful sights and weird things that you would normally see in the city of Sharn. You do not see any draconic or even kobold for that matter, beings anywhere in the vicinity. It looks like it is, at least in that regard, relatively safe.
Excellent.
But yeah, you do not. It does not appear that you are being followed or anything, or see any signs of your previous ambushers.
Okay. We get back to the air skiff.
So, you head back to the longship, and you get back to the longship without any trouble. What are you guys going to do from there?
I think we should head back to Zaya so I can give Barca his hat.
All right. You get back to Zaya without any incident.
When you give Barca his hat, Barca cuts off one of his medals, and he ties it in. Do you have a beard? Do you have hair?
He has kind of longish hair.
He kind of ties it like right by your ear in your hair.
Pretty.
Looks good on you.
Cool. I like it. It jangles.
Thank you for hat. And Barca puts the hat on. How do I look?
It looks really good, buddy.
So first and foremost, it is 100% a top hat.
Yep.
And Rhiannon, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to establish that. Say what you're going to say.
Oh, I was just going to remind Barca that he has to think about it really hard before it'll work. You have to investigate it, buddy, in order for it to work.
Is that okay? Got it. And Barca goes over in the corner and just intensely stares at the hat.
Okay.
Is this item called something in D&D Beyond?
It's a hat of disguise.
Yep. Thank you.
So the trick is you just need to keep the hat on you for it to maintain the disguise.
It does not actually have to maintain its original shape, though. It can be.
Doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have to stay a top hat as long as it's something on your head.
Yeah.
So it could be like
it
morphed into a hairpin.
Yeah.
Or
it could be a circlet. It could be a ribbon.
Or a circlet or whatever.
Could Barca put hat on, then put like helmet and strap helmet on over top of hat?
I don't think so.
I don't know that there's any restrictions to where you can wear things, though, is the thing. The attunement is what they're using to kind of restrict how many magic items you can have on your person. I mean, it's up to Brian. He's the GM in this for this.
So
game.
what does the helmet do again?
Helmet does nothing. Barca got the helmet because he was trying to keep things out of his head, but it's just a regular helmet.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. Ultimately, once you attune to the hat of disguise, you can shape it into whatever sort of headpiece that fits. So you could make it into something like a circlet where you could easily put a helmet on top of it.
Perfect.
Without messing with anything.
Barca just thinking of Ring. Barca's had stuff fall off Barca's body while in Ring. Barca, funny story. Barca also fought naked once. It was weird fight, but Barca still won. Barca doesn't share that nickname.
I'm so curious now.
Barca the Naked?
Yeah. Yeah, something like the bare naked, something like that. Yeah.
The bear bugbear.
The bear bugbear?
You knew? How'd you know?
Oh, stories of your exploits are known far and wide, Barca.
Oh, even weird like Kali people know about Barca, and in your thought world.
Well, those of us who have lived more in this area.
Oh, Barca didn't know he'd fight that far out. Barca is mighty.
Barca is mighty.
Indeed, you are.
Okay, Barca needs to think about his hat.
Of course.
Good job, buddy.
And he just returns back to thinking really hard on his hat.
All right.
And I will explain to the rest of the party what happened, omitting specific details about the how and the why I arrived by this information.
Mm-hmm.
So through his contacts,
Oh, Hat of Gasize doesn't require attunement.
What?
What?
Oh, awesome.
Really?
It's not in my attunement stuff.
really, I thought
I keep trying to get it, won't appear.
Did you?
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Apparently you got to do about 500 things to make it work. Never mind.
Yeah.
It does require attunement.
God damn it! You got me all excited.
Right.
Yeah,
Well-
the market is equipped, and then blow your tune tabs.
Yep. Which is confusing because I would have thought that you can't equip the item unless it's attuned first. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
okay.
I mean, I suppose you could still wear a hat of disguise even if you couldn't use the hat of disguise.
If
It's just
representatives
a top
of D&D Beyond are watching this, change how you do attuned items.
We have a slight list of things that might need some tweaking.
Yes. We should check out the brothel and this other. The Death's Gate.
All right,
Wait.
just
Brothels?
so we're on the same
Broth-
page.
Oh Lord.
Brink.
I am going to approach. I was planning on approaching this gentleman as a representative, apparently a bonded inquisitive, but I was going to hint very strongly that I was in fact employed by the Dark Lanterns, and that it was going to be in his best interests not to go to the fights this evening because something is going to go down there that he may be culpable for.
Oh, see, I was gonna approach this completely differently and try to schmooze our way in by agreeing to, like, appear with him as the crew of the Berezaya Argia.
See, my thinking is, if we do it this way, then he owes us for saving his ass.
Either that or he tells the fight ring that something's going down and that it doesn't happen tonight.
I don't think that'll be a worry. We could sit here staring at each other in silence for a lot longer if you want.
I'm just glad you started talking for a second. I was afraid my computer just froze.
No, we're just staring at each
And I was like,
other.
God damn internet, but then you started talking, so it's all good.
It was an intense thinking shot.
It may be.
It really was.
It may be of more advantage to us to not threaten someone.
Oh, it wouldn't be a threat. It would be warning him away.
I feel like that's just gonna raise a lot more questions. But you're the one who's in with the Dark Lanterns, if that's how you want to play it.
Now, did you just say that kind of out loud in front of the rest of the crew? Because I just want to verify.
Yeah, she sure did.
Okay.
You said that first.
I said that I was going to imply that I was working for the Dark Lanterns.
What did I say?
That you're in with the Dark Lanterns.
Shit.
Yeah.
Can I amend? I would have known better than to say that.
Oh no, heat of the
No,
moment.
no.
I'm glad that it Freudian slip. Things happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Gavin does one of these.
what's a Dark Lantern? The name is subtly confusing to Barca.
Basically, the FBI.
CIA.
What's the
More
FBI?
like the
CIA.
CIA, but yeah.
Yeah.
If the If the way that we're going about this is
They're a
to
bunch of
imply
spies.
that Gavin is working for the Dark Lanterns, that's fine if you want to make that implication. However, if the implication is that you're working with the Dark Lanterns, that has the potential to come back and bite you in the ass.
Because nothing else we're about to do is going to do that.
I'm just saying it may not be wise to imply that you're working with them.
Perhaps do as few things that may come back to bite us in the ass as possible.
Are we talking about the brothel right now?
We are unfortunately not.
No, this is not the fun kind of biting us in the ass, Orca.
No,
Oh, okay.
trust me.
So, what's next?
That's a good question.
Brian, out of curiosity, you said I might have passingly met this in person before. What kind of person is he, based on my... Is he arrogant? Is he self-possessed? Is he a fucking narcissist? Like, what's his shtick?
Well, what's your normal take on nobility and aristocracy in general?
Gavin's or mine?
Yes.
Gavin's.
He's not a fan, generally speaking, despite his upbringing. Because honestly, the nobility treated his father like shit, and subsequently treated him like shit. So he's generally not a fan. So
you don't really... I mean, again, you've maybe brushed shoulders in passing. You've never really met the man. And granted, at the time that you would have been rubbing shoulders, you weren't who you are now to pay closer attention to certain things.
True.
So other than your kind of normal take on the aristocracy, you don't really have any... Like, he never stuck out to you one way or the other as anything special.
Okay.
So potentially self-involved and vapid, you don't know. Nothing specifically sticks out. He was one among many.
Is there any chance that I would know anything about him from what I do?
Tell you what, go ahead and make a history roll.
Not investigation?
Nope, not investigation. Because this is you racking your brain.
Nope, that's a natural 1.
You focus, I got it.
You have not... the name is completely unfamiliar to you. Like, you don't think you've ever come across this person in any of your circles, or even working as an inquisitive for anybody else is not coming to your circle.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, we're trying to up the mic a little bit.
If you're hearing sounds, I apologize.
No, it's all right. Like I said, when you talk out loud, you're fine. It's just when you go a little subtler, sometimes it's a little bit harder to pick you up.
Well,
but otherwise, when you're talking out loud, it's fine.
We had a comment in the chat that I was hard to hear.
I just boosted the gain, so you're going to get a lot more. There's potential for more background noise, but you should be better now.
Okay, cool.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So the way I see it, Rhiannon, this is your op because it's your mom. How do you want to do it?
I don't want to have to imply that Gavin works for the Dark Lanterns.
So you want to go up and cozy up to this gentleman and...
That would be my preference. It's not gonna... It's also not going to hurt us to be seen with the wealthy and the elite. And
you're not wrong. I still don't like the wealthy and the elite.
I understand that. They're not exactly my favorite people either. but
Get not overly thrilled about them.
it's, it worked well for us in Stormreach.
Yeah, nobody who knew who we were in Stormreach.
Yeah, but that was Stormreach. This is Sharn.
I'm aware.
Okay, it's your up. We'll do it your way. If you think that's what's best, this is your show.
I am more concerned about what's best for all of us in the long term. And I don't think that implying that you work for the Dark Lanterns is a wise course of action.
Well, I wasn't going to say the name. Hint at it and let him draw his own fucking conclusions.
I don't know. What does everybody else
people
think?
don't... I think it doesn't matter if you hint at it, because people remember their assumptions from conversations. They don't always remember the words that are said.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I do understand that doing something public could potentially at least make things uncomfortable for Ember as well as Barca. And I don't want to cause problems in that area either.
I mean, as an alternative, since we know where it is, we could skip all of this shit, just raid the place, capture all of the higher echelon, and ask them questions until we get the answers we want.
That is going to go very poorly.
Way excessive.
Didn't say it was a good idea, I'm just saying it was an alternative.
Hard no. I don't wish death for all of us. Very painful, horrible death.
Yeah, that would get us hunted.
Yeah.
Zaya would be very much in danger.
Yes.
Amaya would just outright slaughter you before anybody else could get to you.
No comment.
Uh-huh. Ember, your family doesn't go to fights like this, do they? That you know of? That you recall?
Pretty sure they do.
Do the fights like this occasionally include strange, exotic, and powerful animals? Because I could definitely see House Vidalis being a provider of that.
GM?
It's not unheard of.
Then absolutely.
So either way, we're potentially fucked.
Yep.
Which scenario has less potential for us to be fucked? In an unpleasant way.
I'm like, we could go to the brothel and take care of that right quick. My thinking is this. If we go and we cozy up to Reg, and things go sideways and we have to blast our way out of Dodge, that bridge is not only burned, but we are so abysmally fucked. However, if we go with the plan where I warn him that something might be happening, he doesn't go, we still have that bridge, and at least there's some plausible deniability about our involvement.
Mm-hmm.
True. Well, and then if we do end up having to fight our way out, it's more of a, see, we told you that something was going to happen.
Right. And he still owes us a favor.
Yeah. Ugh. I hate it when your plans make sense.
See, all I had to do was juxtapose it with the worst plan possible, and then everything started to make sense. There's method to my madness.
Well, no, everything started to sound better.
Huh.
There's a difference.
There is a vast difference.
I can't argue with that.
All right, well, let's go find this guy, and you can let him assume
Wrong?
whatever it is
All right.
that you're intending for him to assume.
Let's find the brothel first, and then we'll go to the Death's Gate, if he's not there.
To the brothel!
It's not because I want to get fucked. Today.
Oh, you don't?
Immediately.
Okay. I'll remember that.
Anything I say, anything out of my fucking mouth, I can't fucking win.
Mm-mm.
You win in Barker's heart, Gavin.
Thanks, buddy. Likewise.
Now let's go to the brothel.
Hey, buddy. We're not going there as customers. We're going there
To
to
the
talk with someone.
brothel. What? I mean, we could
You could not afford this
spare an
brothel.
hour.
The only person I'm realistically, you guys just need to kind of be there and spread out if things really go sideways. I would say if Barker wants to partake and has the money to do so, why not?
And to be fair,
Ember too.
you guys have enough money, you could partake at the brothel.
Oh man.
Get it.
You could probably partake of the brothel for quite a bit if that is what you so choose, because
You
you
could-
are
you-
rich adventurers.
Barker, you could get
Relatively
eye-beamed by 2 dwarves.
That's not Barker's kink.
Oh. We. Mm.
Well,
If you were tuning in last night, that makes a
Anyway,
whole lot more
moving on.
sense.
So, who's all going to
I
said
think we all
brothel?
are.
Barker has to concentrate on that to attenuate to it. So
I mean, we can wait to go to the brothel until he's done. It's an hour.
I mean, at this point,
And honestly, having a little extra muscle on hand, especially muscle that may not look like is all that scary, probably wouldn't be the worst thing.
Yep.
what should Barker go as? This is gonna get weird.
This is gonna get weird.
This is does it just become? Do I just become something else
you
by
just look
hat
like
design?
something else.
Bearing in mind that your
Just
clothes will stay the
think-
same, buddy.
What would Barker think was like
Like
that it would be like looks innocent and looks non-threatening? When Barker thinks of non-threatening, what does he think of?
oh no.
Oh,
This is gonna get weird.
Oh,
non-threatening.
Oh god.
Barker doesn't see anything as threatening. Let's see. Maybe think of what's nice. Barker, think of what's nice.
What's nice? Yep.
Uh,
Dude, Barca.
Riri's nice.
No, you
Yup.
cannot.
Yup.
You cannot be me. That's that.
Barca-
We did not specify that.
You don't wanna
He's
have a
thinking
twin?
about what's nice.
What is with
Barca-
people deciding to twin my character?
Barker, let's say Barker got to his attunement is good, and Barker thinks heavily on a Barker that would look like Riri, but not exactly Riri. Like,
So
But
a
also
bugbear that looks
recognize-
like Riri?
Like a morph of Riri and Barca.
yeah, but also recognize that Barker also is very scantily clad. He is wearing just a blink dog cloak
Uh-huh.
with like basically a loincloth
Uh-huh.
and fur and shoulder mounts on top of that.
Oh.
So, and that's it. That's all Barco wears. He doesn't wear anything else. There's nothing on his feet.
Here for this.
Mhm.
So that's what Barker will focus on. I don't know what the hat will do after that.
So if I'm just so I'm
Oh
understanding,
my god.
you're basically doing the sword and sorcery cone hand equivalent of Rhiannon.
Yeah, because Rhiannon's the nicest thing she knows, and Ember told him to think of what is
The most non-threatening.
what's not threatening, but Barker doesn't think anything is threatening, so he thinks maybe just go to the nicest thing he can think of.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that I could see that being his thought process.
Does a mostly naked Rhiannon appear on the deck of the ship now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
definitely got the Princess Slave Leia vibe kind of
Well-
going on with the outfit a little bit,
Now,
probably.
Is Barker making himself look like a woman and like Riri, or like a male version of Riri?
No, I mean he's pretty simple. It would be as Riri as possible.
Yep.
Alright.
Yep. I am here
Whoa!
for this.
Rhiannon pulls his cloak shut. Buddy.
Yes.
And that's weird. Seeing Rhiannon in the deep Barca voice go, yes.
Could you maybe put some more clothes on?
Okay. Barca doesn't have clothes.
Oh, okay.
He looks like he's maybe your size.
Just think about what.
Yeah, how's this going for you? There are two of me now.
I'm very confused and happy.
Yeah, except for one talks in like this low bass voice.
You know what?
One's been smoking their whole life, like, hey there.
The worst chain smoker ever.
Nope.
Yeah.
I feel different aerodynamically.
It doesn't change your actual physical form. It just changes what you look like to everybody else.
So I feel the same aerodynamically. Got it.
Yeah, so you still feel fuzzy.
You just don't look fuzzy.
Do I see what I look like?
Yes.
Is it something, or do I just see me?
Yeah, no, it's an illusion. You see what you look like. You look like Rhiannon.
Oh, Barca hot.
Hey, Barca, jump up and down.
No!
Barca jumps up and down.
Oh my god.
Can you touch both your elbows to your belly button?
Okay.
Yeah, come on.
I hate you.
Is the spell? Are you guys testing the spell? Yeah.
Yep.
Barca jumps up and down.
I just need to see how accurate the illusion is.
He's jumping up and down. He's like, "Is it working?"
Rhiannon grabs him by the arms. I need you to stop.
What's happening?
You're stopping.
Okay.
This is better than our drunk episode.
Admittedly, we're about this far away from exploitive, so maybe we should stop.
Buddy.
Yes. Yes. Riri.
Does Riri dress like that?
No, but Barca dresses like that.
I understand, but right now, you look like you have my body.
Oh, Barca. Oh, I see. Do you have?
Riri is not comfortable showing off that much of her body. I need you to put more clothes on.
Okay, no problem. Do you have something that Barca could wear? Because Barca
Riri. Something out. Come on downstairs with me.
Oh,
that's
okay.
kind of a weird body shaming kind of thing.
But do you have something in blue that's Barca's color?
I definitely have things in blue.
Oh, this will be fun. Barca, go with Riri,
Okay,
and
come on, buddy.
oh, okay.
As they disappear below deck,
princess.
Gavin goes, "I'm having a weird day."
I'm having the best day ever.
Rhiannon will take Barca downstairs, and I'm sure she has some of I'm thinking of those convertible dresses that you can tie in different ways. That way I can tie it on Barca and it'll look like it's Rhiannon wearing it.
Well, and I thought with the hat of the disguise you can change not just your appearance but the what you're wearing too, as far as
Disguise self spell, and it won't let me click on it. Classic. Come on, D&D Beyond. Because I don't have spell. I can't look at spells because I don't have spells. Except.
All right. We'll look up disguise self real quick.
I got it up.
I.
Oh no! You can make yourself, including your clothing, armor, weapons, etc., look different.
Okay, so let's retcon this. Although I do love the idea of Barca. Barca would have focused on Riri, but not a scantily clad Riri, and that might change that process. So he'd probably more look like Riri, but with a blue.
Or how about this? Since we kind of did that happened, but Rhiannon is able to teach you how to change your outfit along with it. in
Got
such a fashion, and then goes through her wardrobe with you as far as to show stuff she has to find something that fits. You're able to concentrate and make the image look, and she helps you out in that endeavor. But it would kind of make sense with Barca's more challenged intellect, that, you know, when he first shifts form into Riri, wasn't necessarily thinking about the clothing aspect so much.
Riri, thank you for helping Barca. Barca wasn't aiming to offend. Barca was just going as the nicest thing he could think of.
Thank you, buddy. I am not offended.
Barca can't hear Riri.
Why? There we go. Okay. Thank you, buddy. Rian, I'm not offended. I know you probably just didn't understand, but let's go.
Okay. So we don't want to play a trick on Gavin?
I am all for playing a trick on Gavin.
Barca all for playing a trick on Gavin too.
What trick do you have in
He's
mind?
really tired right now, so we could definitely mess with him.
Right now. Honestly, I think he deserves it. So
I think that's fair.
How about
That's Adam, not Gavin.
how about Barca think really hard about what you're currently wearing, and then you put on something new.
okay. You're gonna have to not talk though, because as soon as you start talking, he'll get it.
Hold on. Let's see if I can talk like Riri.
Okay.
My name is Riri. Gavin. Does that work?
Yes. So much yes.
Oh, this is gonna be good. He won't know
I love
a
you
thing.
so much.
Just give him a nice light tap on the ass.
Oh, okay.
Light.
Oh, you do that.
Light tap on the ass.
Light slap on ass. Got it.
Very light. Very gentle.
Light, Barca, light.
And is there anything else that might make him think like that without speaking? Because even though Barca thinks his voice is pretty good, is the slight tap on butt and then like a
wink at him.
Wink. Got it.
You don't have
Do
to
a shimmy.
say wink. Just wink.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
We're
Okay,
gonna change his clothes.
Barca thinks hard about what she was wearing.
Okay. You change your outfit to look like what she's wearing.
And then
Barca, as he gets to the top of the stairs, he sissies a walk a little bit. Or tries to sissy a walk, as Barca might attempt.
Barca, I would like you to make we'll call it a
sachet.
deception roll.
Yeah.
Can I aid
Charisma.
him?
Sorry, what was that, Rhiannon?
Can I aid him? Like, I imagine if we're planning this prank, I would have kind of showed him how to walk. And
I'm going to say, because you are aiding him, he will do a straight roll and not roll with disadvantage.
I will throw this out there. I have a 10 passive insight. This has a good chance of working.
Did you want deception or performance?
Deception.
Okay. I mean, they're the same, so.
Deception for right now, but as soon as you open up your mouth, it's going to be performance.
Oh.
Oh.
It's only an 8.
Okay.
That close.
So close.
Now, I think the real question is, does Riri try to act more like Barca?
Riri 100% tries to act more like Barca.
So, Rhiannon, I would like you to make a deception roll as well.
This is the most ridiculous. 16.
But you know what? It's beautiful. I love it. We're running with it. It's all good.
16.
Gavin is deeply confused.
So, Gavin, here's what you notice. There are 2 Barca Rhiannons that are strutting up to you in this like sort of awkward sachet, but like linebacker sachet sort of thing. I mean, I don't really know how else to describe it. That.
No, I think linebacker sachet is quite evocative. I think we're good.
Barca is the one who does the Barca Riri does come up and slap him on the ass, and then.
And actually, it's that point that you realize that must be Barca, because you've never had Rhiannon's hand cup so much of her butt.
It was like most of my ass plus thigh. Like, what the fuck?
Right. And surprisingly gentle but firm grasp of the butt cheek. But yeah, it's like palming a basketball. Like he definitely like, oh, well, hello.
Guys, I've had a weird day.
But truthfully, until that happened, they were both looking like the Barca Rhiannon.
Barca Ruri.
Yeah.
Hi, Gavin.
Oh, sweet dear Jesus. Sorry. Oh, dear sweet sovereign host.
No.
Rhiannon will smack his
Rhiannon.
other ass cheek and wink awkwardly and then say, "Hi, Gavin."
I think that probably just blows any embarrassment he might have out of the water, and he just bursts out laughing.
But that's fair.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. No, that was good. That was good. You both deserve. Here, have some coffee beans, and I hand them over to the Barca. Here you go, Rhiannon.
Oh no.
Which Rhiannon?
Oh, I hand it to actual Barca. Because at this point, I know who is who.
Oh, you're right. Barca doesn't get coffee beans. Only Rhiannon can share.
It's true.
Thank
Here's a
you.
giant handful.
And he takes it, and then he leans over and kisses your cheek. But it's like awkward, wet, and sloppy.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh.
that's
Really furry too, which
I
is,
know, which is weird.
Oh.
Now, I have a question here.
yeah.
Maya's passive insight is 19. So is it fair to say that Maya kind of understands what they're doing and which one is which?
What's
As
happening?
soon as Barca, Rhiannon, and Rhiannon Barca stepped up on the deck, you knew exactly which one was which. It wasn't even a question.
So at this point, Amaya is just going to kind of casually walk behind Gavin and kind of just, quietly whisper to him, "Man, Rhiannon's really good at pretending to be Barca," and just kind of keep walking away.
So let's go to a brothel, you guys.
And with that,
Okay.
then, does the party head out to?
Yes, I think so.
All right.
Probably a good time to take a break too.
You know what? Truthfully,
yeah.
this is probably a good story spot to do that. So let's go ahead and take a break. Shall we say back in? So I've got it as like 2:11 right now. Let's say give it like a 10-minute break.
So 2:21.
So 2:21ish.
Okay.
Okay.
And if we can, maybe try to lean a little harder towards the 21 side of it, but
Yeah.
I mean, now it's 22.
22, yeah.
We'll be back in about 10 minutes, everybody. good.
And we continue. So the group then heads out to the, and I forget the actual name of the place, but it's like, I believe it's in the Everbright district and whatnot. It's in one of the Sharn books. But you guys head out there. Again, the streets of Sharn are kind of a crazy, chaotic, sometimes dangerous place, but you travel through the streets without any issue. Um, I guess Rhiannon, if you'd like, go ahead and make another perception check, since I know you were saying you were fairly active before. I will assume you are again this time.
21.
Okay. Again, the normal chaos of Sharn that you're kind of used to, you do not see, it does not appear that you're being followed. And you get to the Everlight district, and sure enough, it is a, granted, I've never been there, but I would imagine it would be kind of looking similar to a fantasy version of Amsterdam or something. But you see, you're definitely in the area, and the particular uh, establishment, because I didn't too lazy to get off the couch and out of my warm blanket to find the name. We're
Velvets.
gonna call it the Red Velvet. Yeah.
No, it's called Velvets.
Oh, is it called Velvets? Okay, so
I looked
Velvet.
it up. The madam is a doppelganger named Velvet, and so it's literally just Velvets.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's not known that they're a doppelganger, but
It's as far as the doppelgangers, not so much. As far as there being changelings,
yeah, for sure,
involved, that is much more commonly known, because many people go there specifically to have, well, to be quite honest, to have interactions with, not even just sexual interactions, but just like interactions with like a lost loved one or what have you. Like they cater to all sorts of different experiences, not just of the sexual variety, although those are more common.
Excuse me.
I posted the link to the wiki in the Hangouts chat.
All right. At any rate, so yeah, and you see the place is, as you kind of enter in, you see there is a sort of a kind of a lounge area, for lack of a better term, that has kind of like sort of like individual booths, at least in such a fashion that even though multiple people can enter in, that they are all kind of in their own sort of secluded spot, because it's not like an actual like bar where people are hobnobbing necessarily. But you do see several scantily clad individuals in men and women and others, in various states of undress and whatnot. There is some music going that's just kind of a kind of just going lightly in the background. It's almost like a little bit of like, I'd almost say like kind of a harp music sort of, but sort of kind of a gently strummed sort of thing. There are several, there's a little bit of a haze in the air as some people are smoking certain drugs and or intoxicants, and quite frankly, it makes you a little kind of, and there's also pleasant incense and stuff going on, but it definitely makes you a little bit lightheaded, just kind of being exposed to it in general as you kind of walk in. And sure enough, you see there's a, for lack of a better term, like a host that's sort of at the entrance, like, welcome, welcome. And I see you've brought a group. Uh, are you looking for individual entertainments or perhaps
At the moment,
something?
I think my companions would. He kind of gestures to the loungy area. Would just like to kind of soak in the atmosphere and perhaps peruse a menu of sorts of your various services. Would that be acceptable?
Very well. And what would you like to drink?
Uh, I was like, personally, I will take an ale. He kind of glances at the rest of them.
I'll take some wine.
Mm-hmm. I'll go with the wine.
I'll take some wine.
I guess wine.
I'll have some ale.
Okay. So the host leads you to one of the. Are you okay sitting together?
Oh yes, of course.
Absolutely.
So it brings you to one of the larger sort of booth areas, and proceeds to go and gather your drinks and brings them by a short while later. And like you see the places. There's many people sort of dancing, or there's even a few people dancing in certain areas. You see a lot of these kind of boothed in areas that are meant to have curtains that can be closed for more private entertainments and whatnot, as far as you know what have you. But yeah,
For belly dancing and whatnot.
yeah, like different belly dancing or striptease stuff or whatever, But
Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
sorry.
Well,
No.
First and foremost, as we're walking through, I'm just going to see if I see the Viscount just out in the wild.
Go ahead and make a perception roll.
Hmm, 19.
Sure enough, you do. You see, kind of sitting, I wouldn't say alone on a couch, but you see there's two you see him sitting on kind of a sofa-esque type seating arrangement with his arms around two different individuals as they're all kind of sitting there, and you see one of them is kind of holds his drink up and helps him with a sip because of course he's got his arms around the two individuals, but they seem to be kind of flirting back and forth, and because of course the two individuals are pretty scantily clad compared to him, so you're guessing they work there.
Yeah.
But yes, he seems to be having the Viscount seems to be having a splendid little time right now.
When the host returns, like after the host goes to grab our drinks after we're seated, I will point this out to the rest of the party.
Sure.
And then when the host returns, I will kind of lean into them and say, whatever the Viscount, and he points over at the Viscount, is drinking, please send one over on me. And hands her some money.
Okay. And you see the host nods, and then a short while later, you see a server comes out and serves a round of drinks to the Viscount and his partners,
Companions.
or associates, that are companions. There you go. And you see, just kind of takes the drink and cheers, and they continue drinking and flirting, and
I'm going to give it a minute.
Hey, Ember.
Yeah.
Remember that one time we went to that bar and they had the weird smoky thingy from the vase?
Yeah, the hookah. Yeah.
I think one of those tables has one over there. Should we get one?
I think we should.
Ah, cool. Waiter.
And you see one of the servers comes over.
I would like one of those smoky vase things.
Hookah dear.
Hookah to you too.
Of course, miss.
But
And right away. And
That's Mrs. Thank you.
oh, you're married. Wonderful. And then proceeds to head off.
are we developing a backstory? You know what? I don't need to know. I'm going to go over and talk to this gentleman. Now is the time to talk me out of this.
Do it.
Okay. He gets up
Nope.
and heads over.
This has been the established plan.
Okay. Yeah, I'll head over. Bearing in mind that before we came, Gavin changed clothes, not like had of disguise changed, but physically changed clothes. So he's now in like black slacks, a black like almost like button-up shirt, and a black vest.
Okay.
The sleeves of the shirt are kind of rolled up. He did throw on something like a duster. You can kind of tell in his head this is what Inquisitives dress like.
Rhiannon shakes her head. This is not what Inquisitives dress
Yeah,
like, but
he's
whatever.
like rationally he probably understands that, but he's definitely read entirely too much Dashiell Hammett. So
When Gavin gets up, Rhiannon will also stand and just sort of lounge in the direction of the door, just in case.
Okay.
Like, lean against a wall, looking all sultry or something. I don't know. The whole Barca thing is a little disturbing.
That's fair.
So there's some distance happening.
Is
And
this
before we dive into both of those, so Narashti, I'm just curious.
whilst you do with that, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I can still hear you.
All right. So Narashti, this is you see all sorts of people.
yeah, is this the kind of place where you can like mingle with the people, the offerings? I don't know how to.
Yeah, and in fact, as you're kind of like watching and looking around, you do see that there is an individual that starts as Rhiannon kind of leans against the wall and sort of takes everything in. You do see someone kind of approach her as well. We'll get to that in a second. But yes, you definitely see, and the people who are the most scantily clad tend to be very hospitable and very warm and engaging in conversation. And
Narashti will like get up with her after she's had a little bit, and just like try to go engage in conversation. Has like no intention of like doing anything like sexual with anyone, but just like there's like these really interesting and different people to talk to, and just like, and it's probably like kind of weird because I don't know. I'm guessing that they're kind of used to having people like get to talk about themselves, and she just wants to hear all about them. And yeah, so she's just gonna like very like completely innocently like try to just talk to all the people.
tell you what, go ahead and make we'll call it a persuasion roll.
I love Narashti's innocence.
Right?
She's so naive. It's adorable.
Oh, it's not gonna go great. I only rolled an 8.
Oh
and I
no.
have +0.
Oh no.
Okay.
She's got no game.
Got no game.
At first, there's this sort of kind of awkward back and forth because it's like, well, tell me more about yourself. Is like, and then the reply would be like, well, who do you want me to be? Like, you know, that kind of thing. It's like, what are, you know, so they kind of do these probing questions a little bit where it's like, trying to suss out what you want so they can try and find it for you,
Yeah.
kind of thing, and not understanding. And so there's this sort of awkward, a little bit frustrated sort of questioning back and forth a little bit. But you notice after a few moments of this kind of back and forth where you're guessing the individual that you're speaking to is starting to get a little frustrated, which doesn't help when you're trying to be very sociable and polite and engaging and whatnot. When one of their associates, maybe slightly older woman, and say maybe like her mid 40s, definitely a beautiful woman, kind of comes up and kind of sort of passes him. It's like, don't worry, dear. I've got this. Please, why don't you come with me? What's your name, dear?
Narashti will keep calling herself Nene around everybody else because it's a good nickname.
Nene, what an interesting name. You are just a delight, you sweet little thing. Please come over here.
You
Let's have a
sweet
talk.
little thing. Jesus.
Oh no!
And you see, and so this woman kind of brings you over to a spot to kind of like one of these more private couches, kind of like the Viscount is at, and just sits down, and doesn't necessarily engages you in conversation, and is delighted to sort of dive into conversation with you, and maybe, not super aggressive and like trying to be like, hey, you wanna or anything like that, but like, maybe just like as you're talking a little, maybe a hand on your arm every once in a while as a talk, and you're just kind of catching up back and forth, and you definitely get a sense that at least from what you can tell, that this person is probably one of the more experienced, for lack of a better term, madams or whatever, and understands that, again, not everybody here is looking for so
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Wow.
Right. But just it starts engaging you in delightful conversation. Meanwhile, briefly for Rhiannon, is the cat eating your arm?
Yes. I think he's done with the pets. Ah. Oh, okay, we're done. Oh, sorry.
All right, sorry. So meanwhile, Rhiannon, you are approached by as you're kind of sitting there and noticing things, you are approached by a well, we'll say even or odd.
Even.
You are approached by a woman yourself who is like, hello, dear. Is there anything I can interest you in?
Oh, I appreciate it. I just needed a little bit of space.
Oh, my apologies.
Oh, no, not from you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
My cousin, and I kind of gesture over toward the table and bark over again.
Who's why she's doing that, smoking a hookah, being like, Ember, this is the best time I've ever had.
Well, and here's the funny thing, like, you see this beautiful half-elven woman go into the smoke and then go like the huge, like definitely the lung capacity does not seem to match what you see as the physical figure, just as the
This is the best.
My cousin is in from out of town, and
I'm
not used to having her here, and it's just a little. There's an adjustment period, shall we say?
I'm not gonna lie to you, dear. And she pours she pours herself a little bit of a drink, and you or like she has actually in one hand two different like kind of not shot glasses, but like highball glasses, and pours some. You're guessing maybe a brandy or something, and then kind of offers one to you.
Oh, I definitely take it.
And she kind of clinks her glasses like, "Don't worry, dear. This isn't the first time someone's brought a family member here, nor will it be the last." And she takes a sip.
That's fair. Yeah, Rhiannon will just make small talk with her,
Fair enough.
but is trying to be nonchalant about keeping an eye on everything.
Not a problem. Not a problem. And so, Gavin,
Yo.
jumping back to you real quick here.
So I will approach the Viscount and his companions, and I will kind of. Is there like a coffee table or something in front of them?
More or less, yeah. There's
Okay.
probably a small table where drinks and stuff are sat.
So I'll kind of walk up and I will move forward and like I will make eye contact with him as I'm approaching, so he knows I'm coming.
And he sees you, but he's not really paying attention to you. He's
Right up until
more
the point
being-
where I kind of walk up and go, I will open with Viscount Reginald Wentworth. That is you, correct?
And you see, and without even looking at it, it's like, and who's asking?
My name is Pendergast. I need to have a conversation with you privately.
I'm sure you do, sir, but as you can see, I'm busy.
I will produce the forged papers and I'll just kind of flash them. It's important, sir.
Go ahead and make a. I'll say go ahead and make a persuasion roll with disadvantage.
So that'll be a 20.
Your persuasion is ridiculous.
And you see, after a few moments, like, and kind of looks to his two companions and says, "My dears, is there a place we could go to discuss with this individual? Someplace a little bit more private?" And they're like, "Of course." And they kind of, you see, they stand up, and you see one of his partners, companions, actually kind of grabs you by the arm, and they lead you to actually away from this kind of central area and down a hallway and into a room that looks like very much like a bedroom for purposes of doing things. And then he's like, "You can leave us be for the moment. Thank you, dear. But stay close by. We'll be back shortly." And you see the two kind of nod and step out, and they shut the door behind them and goes, "What, sir, is..."
I do apologize for interrupting your entertainment, but I am here on behalf of certain individuals with whom you have business dealings to offer a little bit of friendly advice.
And why are you offering this advice?
Well, as you well know, Gavin's better at this than I am. As you well know, your business dealings are of great and significant interest to individuals within the government, and it would be a terrible thing if anything were to occur to your person. And we have it on good authority that there's going to be some goings-on at and I don't remember the name of the arena, but he'll say the name of the arena during the fight this evening, and it would be non-beneficial for you to be present when these things happened. I'm trying to get across that he's not threatening him, he's warning him.
Okay, go ahead and make a deception roll.
26.
And I will say, yeah, we'll just say a straight deception roll.
Okay. 26.
And what exactly is going to be happening?
As you know, these fights have flown under the radar of the various governing bodies of the city for some time. However, there is some clandestine events going on behind the scenes that perhaps you are aware of, perhaps not. I'm not here to make any judgments as far as that's concerned. That is of great interest to those in charge. And those who are present this evening may be subject to certain level of scrutiny that they would find deeply uncomfortable.
So the crown is interested in this fight?
I didn't say that.
Well, what... I wish to get back to my entertainments. Why are you so concerned about my safety in this specifically? Why are you singling me out?
You are not the only one that I have approached in this particular matter. However, yours especially is a reputation that needs to remain unsullied, if you follow my meaning.
I mean, it's no secret that these fights take place.
It's no secret, but they are still technically illegal, and if it were to become public knowledge that a man in your position were not only attending, but earning some money on such events, it would not go a long way to protecting your sterling reputation.
And you see, it kind of takes a moment to kind of go over what you're saying and goes, what was your name again?
Pentergast.
That name sounds somewhat familiar.
You might be acquainted with my father. Aloysius?
Oh. Ah, Aloysius. Oh, I see. You're his discovery in I'm sorry, the Mornland.
Yes.
Interesting.
My family history notwithstanding, sir, I come as a representative looking out for your best interests.
I will think upon what you've said. And I will make up my own mind in these matters.
I hate to
Who did you say you were working for exactly? Who has a vested interest in protecting my reputation?
I didn't.
That's the part that concerns me.
As it should be.
You say I'm not the only one that you've approached. Who is this person pulling the strings?
You know I can't tell you that.
Do I now? More importantly, why don't you want me there?
I've told
Something
you.
about this isn't right.
What precisely isn't right, sir? If something bad were to happen there tonight, say authority figures were to show up and break the whole thing up, would it look good for you to be present?
I'm sure it'd be a mere misunderstanding that could be easily explained away. See, I don't quite believe you. The air about this is something not quite right.
Then you can perhaps explain to me what benefit I would have to warn you away from this.
No, I think I've been distracted long enough. I appreciate your warning, as it were, but if you'll excuse me, I have people to entertain, or more likely to entertain me. I would suggest we do not see each other again. And with that, you see he'll kind of turn around and open the door and start to make his way out.
Rhiannon, odd or even?
I don't.
Just pick one, odd or even.
Odd.
Okay.
Don't you dare fucking kill him.
He leaves. He lets him leave.
All right. So, Ember, are you partaking of the hookah with Barca? Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Absolutely.
All right, I need you and Barca to make Constitution saving throws.
Hell yeah.
Truthfully, that's probably what Amaya's been doing this whole time as well.
All right, then
Yes.
Amaya, you can also make a Constitution saving throw as the three of you are hookah-sizing.
So if Rhiannon is Riri, and Barca looks like Riri, does that mean we should be calling Barca Rebar?
But ching. 23 for Barca, by the way.
Okay.
13.
11.
All right. So Barca, I mean, you get a little bit of tingling sensation, kind of like on, almost feeling like on the brow and down the nose a little bit, but you're otherwise feeling pretty fine and whatnot.
You notice, you'll probably also notice as Barca's partaking, he's now more loose and he's becoming less fake Riri and way more Barca. So in trying to like emulate like how she sits, he's sitting more like Barca would sit.
Yep.
His accent is down. You know, he's like, oh, Barca needs more wine.
Yeah. And like and doing that and kind of sitting, not crossing his legs and like taking big puffs and like scratching, like his ear.
no,
and stuff.
not the man spread.
Probably a bit more of the man spread. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm guessing Riri would have thought of that and gave Barca a long enough dress not to be silly.
Oh, you're not exposing the goods, but
No.
but you're
But yeah.
You got a wide
but
skirt.
your mannerisms are definitely not of a feminine nature. We'll put it that way.
Oh, not even close. It's all Barca in a Riri skin.
For Amaya and Ember,
Yep.
Who had a 13 and 11 respectively. You both are very buzzed. So what that will mean is, for right now, we're going to call it, you'll have effectively the poisoned condition, although you're not like sick to your stomach. It's more of again, you're just high.
Okay.
As the intoxicating flavors of the hookah suffuse your body. Yeah, Rhiannon, you're keeping an eye on things, and you see Barkery or Rebar, as it were, is Rebar, and other than visually looks like you, is not acting, sounding like. Funny enough, as they keep smoking the hookah, the voice gets lower and lower and into normal Barca levels. So like you see even the person that's kind of flirting with you a little bit is like, wow.
Giggling like crazy.
She's really nailing that hard.
Yep. This is the best.
Can't take them anywhere.
But yeah, you see Ember and Amaya are kind of sitting there like well, Ember seems to be having almost like the high giggles a little bit.
Yep.
Like Bark will say something and Ember will just find it to be the most hilarious thing ever.
Barca, Rebar funny.
Rebar. Rebar, you're the best.
Oh, that's me. Oh yeah. This is. I'll be honest. Like this is getting confusing, but Barca will probably just stay here at the table instead of getting entertained by someone. Barca doesn't feel correct to be wearing not Barca, and it just feel Barca. I mean Rebar. Shit. Rebar. Rebar. Think that we. What are we doing, man? Like, what are we doing?
Oh Lord. Well,
Maybe.
right now, we're waiting for Gavin.
Do you think that do you think that when Barca, I have such a cool idea. Like, hear me out. Like, what if
Oh no.
Barca enters the ring and like you and Tulio and Three Lila and
Yep.
Wonder like kick the band on and do something, like some like the song to like sing of my glory and get the crowd going.
Your entrance music.
Yeah. Like we could do something really cool with that. I could picture them like maybe stomping and clapping along with you, so it makes this thunderous sound.
Yes, thunder. Yes.
What if,
And go,
what if,
yeah.
what if they like stomp twice and clap once, and then it's like a
Like
boom, boom,
thunder.
clap, boom, boom, clap. How cool would that be?
As
That'd be
Twitch
cool.
mutes us.
Don't worry, Barca did it in a different tempo, so it won't click onto any sort of program. But that's.
I was thinking more of a AC/DC vibe, but all right, we can go Queen. Sure.
I don't know much about electricity, but cool, I'm in. Amaya, what do you think?
You.
Me too. Are you still there, Maya? Are you okay? You look relaxed.
Aye.
Well, all right then.
And Barker goes on and keeps talking to Amaya and Ember about like, what do you think music like? What like you're the musician.
I am here for the term musician.
more thunderstruck, but we can totally go with "We Will Rock You."
How about a "We Will Thunderstruck"?
Ooh.
That
Mash
works.
it up.
It works. It works.
Yeah. I like it.
Other than us getting sued by a bunch of rock and rollers, I don't really know at this point. But I'm just rolling with it. It's great. While this is going on,
yeah, that's a good call.
So we'll say Rhiannon, real quickly. We'll say the individual that you're that's kind of just flirting with you and whatnot is like, did I catch your cousin's name? Is her name Rebar or Reba? Did that?
It's Reba, but she has that sort of like country accent.
She's from the south.
Where she tends to put like a hard R on the end of things.
What fucking country?
That's fair. That's fair. Interesting individual. So
yes.
You and your friends are. I understand your vigilance to make sure that everyone's okay, but
they're behaving themselves.
For what it's worth, everybody is safe here to explore. And she kind of looks over at the three of them, still going strong on the hookah as they're having all this conversation that was just taking place here. It's like comfortable and safe in whatever explorations they wish to pursue. And then she just kind of looks at you and shrugs.
I just kind of shrug back. I don't know what they're doing.
But if your concern is for their safety, we make sure that everyone is
actually.
Oh, okay. Well, is there anything that you might be looking for?
I would really like a massage.
Oh, that can be done.
Like a full body, deep tissue massage.
That's all you needed to say, and she grabs your hand and takes you off to do just that.
Excellent. Y'all are stressing Rhiannon out.
That's fair.
This is not covert, as you were probably thinking.
Not even in the slightest.
No.
It's beautiful.
So Rhiannon, you kind of see you and Gavin sort of pass each other, sort of in the hallway, as you see he kind of comes out a little bit. Well,
Flustered.
you know his moods probably better than anybody. You can definitely see maybe a little frustration, but
Well, I may not be good at reading people, but I'm very good at hiding my emotions. So he definitely has that. Like, you can tell because you know him, but he's very much got that. He's a little bit too cool and composed.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just restrained himself from full on murdering somebody. Because he did. Because there was literally a 50% chance that that man was going to die.
Rhiannon kind of pauses in the hallway and just kind of looks at him for a second.
He just keeps going. I'm going to leave and just kind of dip around the next, like literally leave the brothel.
okay.
Dip around to the next alleyway. I'm going to grab my Zaya token.
Okay.
Zaya, and this is in my head, I'm not saying this out loud.
Yeah.
Would you kindly inform Rhiannon that things did not go as I had planned and that we may need to go with her idea?
Okay.
Thank you, sweetie.
And you get this sort of like you can tell her presence hasn't totally left just yet as she's like, so is everything seems to be okay. Mom's really happy right now.
Yes, everything is okay. Uncle Gavin is very, very angry right now, but it's not at you.
Oh, okay.
It's not at you. It's a situational thing. It'll be fine. If you want to pass that message on to Rhiannon, I would appreciate it. If she says anything back, please relate. And
Will
just let her
do.
know that I am okay.
Okay, will do. So Rhiannon, you're getting settled. You're in the massage. You get the ping from Zaya. It's like, oh, Rhiannon. Hey, oh, you seem really happy too. All right. Well, Gavin just wanted me to tell you blah, and kind of replies what he had mentioned.
Rhiannon swears under her breath.
You forgot to turn your cell phone off.
Pretty much.
I mean, most
Rookie
spas you're not even
mistake.
allowed to bring those into the massage room.
Right?
So
And I'll just respond, thank you for telling me, sweetheart. Please let Gavin know I understand. And tell him I suggest a massage. And also not to murder anyone.
Okay.
Thanks, honey.
And Zaya gives back the reply.
as I am now actively looking for Viscount Wentworth's carriage.
Oh, God.
There is no carriage per se.
Conveyance. He's wealthy enough, he's got to have his own. At least that's what he's assuming.
You don't see one necessarily, but there are several sky coaches that kind of come in and out. There's like a, for lack of a better term, there's a spot where several sky coaches stand at attention because I mean, this is effectively one of the red light districts of Sharn. There's a lot of nobility that will come slumming it. So they have a surprisingly large amount of sky coach berths, for lack of a better term, to for people to be able to come in and out. Now you know too that he is not necessarily a native of Sharn itself, so is probably most likely renting a sky coach of some kind. So one of these sky coaches could be theirs. Granted, only the more wealthier to do can really usually afford the sky coaches. So you're guessing that the row of 5 or 6 coaches, if they're not directly like directly hired on as his specific coach, I mean, they're all there to basically attend to those that have the money to afford one, to take them up to the higher levels later on. So
In which
chances
case,
are,
I'm going to cast Friends.
okay.
I'm going to start glad handing, that's the word, the pilots and seeing if any of them are either dedicated to him or brought him here in the first place.
All right, go ahead and make a persuasion roll with advantage because of your spell.
I'll take the nat 20, 29.
You are able to kind of identify that one of them is indeed the coachman responsible for ferrying the Viscount hoity-toity.
And was he hired on, like, is he dedicated to it, or is he just happened to be the one that brought him here?
Dedicated to it for the Viscount's, basically on a kind of an extended hire as the Viscount's personal sky coach for their stay, this particular stay in Sharn.
Okay.
So not permanent in the sense of like permanently under the Viscount's employment, but hired on to be
permanent for his stay in
right,
New York City. I mean Sharn. I'm going to try to convince him to let me snoop around because I'm a super fanboy.
With that roll, not a problem.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to find anything, but I'm going to search the fucking thing and see if I can't find the fucking invitation and just steal that shit.
That's fair. Go ahead and make an investigation roll.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You don't find anything in and of itself, but the coachman basically says that the Viscount was pretty didn't seem to bring much with them other than whatever they normally wear or what have you. Like the Viscount's not it's not like they're living out of the sky coach or anything. We just take them up to their apartments and back down here and whatnot and what have you.
Can he tell me where the Viscount is staying?
With that, you're able to. No worries. No worries, Narashi. Happy Valentine's Day. Give a hug and kiss to the kitties.
I will. Sorry, guys. Narashi will keep chatting and try to learn about Eberron or not Sharn a little bit, but
that is fair.
All right, bye guys.
Bye.
I gotta go.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everybody's bigger all of a sudden. So you do get the sense of where in the where the Viscount is staying. The guy is able to give you that information. I mean, you rolled a freaking huge roll. Like you're easily able to kind of get the guys. Like he doesn't have an itinerary per se. It's because the guy's more like, well, when the guy says the Viscount says jump, I jump. But you're able to figure out where they're staying. Definitely somewhere up in the upper reaches of Sharn.
Is it like a Plaza Hotel situation, or is he staying with like a friend?
Well, even or odd?
Even, I guess, is even is good for me. I don't know. You don't know what even is a hotel.
Actually, staying with a friend.
Do I get the name of the friend?
Yes, it's the it's actually, we'll call them the Halligasts.
Okay.
Does that happen to be one of the people who sent us letters?
Well, you're having a massage. You don't know.
I don't think to ask that question, so I'm not going to ask that question.
It's fine. I'll ask that question later.
That's fair. So yeah, I'm gonna round out my little section by basically telling Zaya to inform Rhiannon that I'm going to there. Will advise, and then I will
Hell no.
go to there.
Don't. What are you? Zaya, tell him to stop being a moron, and to not run off by himself.
Turn off your cell phone.
Gavin, Rhiannon says, "Don't run off by yourself. That's how people get murdered, hoboed, whatever that means."
I'm better at investigating than you are.
And she wants to help, but she's apparently having a really good massage.
Remind her that we came here to work, to find her fucking mother, and that I'm going to go ahead and keep doing that job.
Ooh. Guilt her?
Zaya does
Jeez.
not necessarily... Zaya's going to paraphrase.
That's probably for the best.
And says, he's concerned about your mom and is just trying to follow up on a lead. He understands your concern.
Thank you, Zaya. You know that we won't get mad at you for what the other person says, right? I know it's not your fault.
Well, I know. Mom's explained it quite a bit. Whoa. Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. Sorry, Mom's having a bit of a discussion about... Actually, I'm not quite really understanding the discussion, but it's very interesting. Something about electricity. I don't...
Okay.
Thunder.
And thunderstorms or something. They seem to be having a good time. Like, Mom's very happy right now. It's...
Okay.
Any rate.
Thanks, Zaya. Rhiannon will cut her massage short very grumpily. Because I feel like she has enough knowledge of Gavin to be able to read between the lines of him being an asshole.
Gavin's a little frustrated.
Uh-huh.
Well, if he had a massage, he'd probably be less frustrated, but, you know.
Maybe.
Who am I to judge? Anyway.
And I will thank the very beautiful woman and pay her well. And ask Zaya where Gavin is. And I will follow him.
And she lets you know as far as where she kind of last spoke with him, which...
Oh, I would have included where I was going. I'm not an idiot. Okay, I'm an idiot, but I'm not stupid.
Yeah, Zaya gives you that information.
Okay. I'll follow Gavin, and I'll make sure that Zaya knows to tell Amaya and the others.
Okay.
But we'll encourage them in their state to probably go ahead and just return to Zaya.
That's fair.
Hey, Ember.
Yeah, Rebar.
When we got here, weren't we supposed to do something? I feel like we're here for a reason. But I don't know that reason.
Well, we were waiting for Gavin to talk to somebody. I think he stepped out for a moment, but sure, he'll let us know shortly how it all went.
Hey, does anybody notice that Riri and Gavin aren't here anymore?
Yeah, because they're doing the talking.
Yeah, but sorry, Barca feeling kind of like he doesn't feel excited that they're gone. Barca almost feels like overly worried, actually.
And the three of you do see Rhiannon come out with a kind of a slightly kind of a shiny sheen to her skin a little bit, but kind of come out with a not a happy face, I imagine.
Well, see, there she is.
Oh, Barca. Okay, Barca, I'll be right. Rebar, I'll be right back.
Rhiannon did not stop. She just walked out the door.
Oh, and sorry, and then proceeds to head straight out.
Amaya will quickly pay whatever tab is left and follow after.
Yep.
Barca is blindly kind of like following as well. He did not leave any money.
When I said paying the whatever tab is left, I meant for everybody else thing. Just so we
I understand. And we'll
just
call
take
it
the longest drag possible before we leave.
We'll call it a total of like 12 gold.
Okay.
I'm the person finishing everybody's drinks as we leave.
Oh. Nothing like a little bugbear backwash.
Oh, gross.
Alcohol abuse. Can't have that.
Yeah. That's fair. So yeah, those of you that have the poison condition may have it for a little bit. But the rest of you kind of gather up, and you see Narashi's like, it was a lovely conversation. Thank you so much. I'd love to talk to you some other time. It was wonderful meeting you again. I'm just like, of course, dear. And you see she gets him. It's like, all right, guys, what's going on? Where'd Rhiannon go?
Not sure. That's what we're gonna find out.
Zaya should have told you.
So you kind of...
She left in a huff.
You guys follow out and actually start to follow shortly behind Rhiannon as she heads towards, I guess maybe the Sky Coaches, or...
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Gavin, I should ask, were you paying for one of the Sky Coaches to bring you up to this guy's?
Not one of these. I will go to a different place where there are Sky Coaches and pay for one of those.
Okay, so you're... All right. So, Gavin, what is your passive perception?
13.
Okay. For the rest of you, actually, we'll say Rhiannon, since you're kind of leading the pack, I'd say go ahead and make a perception roll with advantage as the rest of the party kind of catches up with you and for the most part is able to help you kind of zero in on Gavin a little bit.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You are able to get within sort of visual range of Gavin as you see he goes. Granted, he went down several streets and probably up a couple of different staircases to a sort of a different area where there are
but I'm used to
some
following
Sky
people in the city.
Coaches available. But eventually you see he starts to hail a Sky Coach. And Gavin, you do, as you kind of bring the Sky Coach in and look back, you do see the rest of the party is approaching with a kind of a mix of emotions there. You see Rhiannon, who's, I'm guessing, not so happy.
Visibly pissed off.
That. And you see Narashti's kind of hurting the three kittens as Ember, Amaya, and Barca or Rebar are a bit more distracted, we'll put it that way. As they kind of sometimes chat with each other and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, shiny. And then like see that and then like Nene's like, no,
we should get waffles.
You know how people are when they're all. We saw that 2 weeks ago. Anyway.
I feel like I should clarify at this point. Was this like a normal tobacco type hookah, or was this like a hookah with? Okay.
It's the wacky tobacco.
Because we did not specify.
No, you did not. You did not. And Velvet is a place to indulge.
We were looking for a good time, and they showed it.
I mean, to be quite honest, even Rhiannon, when you were like, I got to cut this short, the lady was about ready to go into the next level of the massage, and that kind of pouted a little bit as she puts her straps back up on her dress, like, okay, fine. Like, like you're about to get to that sort of
that kind of massage.
I mean, this place is a brothel. What do you freaking expect? Of course it's going to be that kind of massage, but
I would have been okay with a happy ending if I had had some more fucking time.
But at any rate, I digress. So
man, quarantine,
you are able to,
guys. Quarantine.
So Gavin, you do see the group approach. Do you decide to
I'll
wait?
tell the sky coach to hold off on taking off yet, and I'll kind of step out of the sky coach.
Okay.
Yes.
I slap him.
What the fuck did I do now?
Narashti, will you take those 3 back to Zaya, please?
And you see her, she's even kind of like, like.
We need to add a tally mark to the sheet.
On it.
100%. That's why she slaps him, because I forgot about that until I was scrolling through the sheet and was like, Rhiannon hasn't slapped Gavin in a while. She's pissed at him. This seems like
It's
a
like
good
right before.
opportunity.
I don't know where it is on the sheet.
It's up near the top.
I got it. It's right about your character. I'll bump it up to 4.
Thank you.
Are you sure you guys can go by yourself? Barca doesn't have the poison condition, but Barca feel fine.
Barca, go with
Yeah.
the others, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem.
That's right. I forgot. Barca is not tipsy.
Rhiannon will climb in the coach that Gavin was having wait and just sits down.
I look over at the pilot. Apparently we're going, and I'll step inside.
Roger that. And you feel with a little lurch the sky coach take off and proceed to head up into Shard.
I thought you were busy.
I understand that you are upset because your plan did not work out the way you wanted it to. That does not give you cause to relay messages like that through Zaya and try to guilt me for taking a small moment in the midst of all of this. I have Barca wandering around looking like me and trying to imitate me after the bullshit that you and Ember pulled on the deck with him. And you're gonna come at me like that? And then take off? This is my job. This is what I do. And it's my mother. And you're gonna try to guilt me and then take off without me. By yourself, no less, when we've been attacked how many times? It's incredibly irresponsible and very disrespectful. I don't appreciate it. So yeah, you deserved a smack in the face. And honestly, so does Ember. But she's high right now, and I would feel a little bit bad. I'll wait till she's sober before I smack her.
That's fair.
I thought so.
I apologize for what happened on the deck. I was out of line, and I am sorry. The thing with Zaya, I was frustrated. I spoke without thinking, and Zaya being Zaya related it anyway. I'm not going to go sneak into this guy's place. I was going to scout it out and see if it was something we could even do that with.
And how was I to know that when you didn't communicate any of that to literally anyone?
I was angry. I know it's not an excuse, but that's the way it is.
I get being angry. We are a family. You are not on your own anymore. And there are more people than just you involved in this. I thought we got past this shit. You don't run off from your family because you're mad and go doing stubborn things on your own that are going to put your life at risk.
I love you guys. And I'm very grateful that we had the conversations that we did have. But talking about it for a night does not erase 24 years of bad habits.
I know. That's why I'm calling you on your bullshit.
It's probably smarter to go back to Zaya right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of lean out the window. Hey, change of plans. We're going to head towards the Lyrandar dock.
Aye, aye.
Rhiannon will cross her arms and sit and glower at him.
For the record, if I have the opportunity to kill this guy, if I count dick face, I'm gonna.
Why?
Because he's a dick.
Have you met the nobility?
That's...
Yes, I'd like to kill them all, but, you know, that's not really an option today.
You can't murder people. Well, you shouldn't murder people just because they annoy you or they're dicks. We haven't murdered you yet.
It just came to my mind. There's Riri, Rebar, and Regicide. That's, you know.
Can that be my new nickname?
That'll be... That's probably not a nickname you want.
No, you're Gav Gav.
So much.
It's got to be something that Barca can reproduce.
Fair enough.
I don't think Barca's going to get a handle on Regicide.
Nope.
Nope.
Regicy.
I'll take it.
Reg.
It'd be Reggie. Like, let's be honest.
So with that being said, the group then, through their various means, does recall back to Zaya proper. You are and are able to meet back up. We'll say probably around this time, especially with some fresh air. Ember and Amaya, you will no longer have the poisoned condition.
Oh, good.
Oh God, what the hell was in that shit, man?
Oh, that was not what I expected.
No. Ugh. That was horrible. Ugh.
I didn't feel a thing.
I don't think it's working, guys!
It should be noted that Barca has taken his hat off. Barca is Barca now that they're back on the ship.
Okay.
And once Rhiannon makes it back to the ship and Amaya is no longer has the poisoned condition, we'll apologize profusely to Rhiannon for not
As soon as
realizing
Rhiannon steps foot back on the ship, she walks straight to Ember and smacks her across the face.
Yeah, saw that one coming.
Yeah.
Worth it though.
She smacks her again and turns around and walks away.
Wait, I didn't even get 2.
Amaya's just a little bit confused that she hasn't been slapped.
What?
And Narashti's kind of like she doesn't know if she should jump in and try to like mitigate a thing, but then Rhiannon walks off, and so she's kind of like, I'll start making dinner.
Yeah.
Amaya probably waits a minute.
I'm going to my room. What the
Amaya
fuck is this day?
Amaya waits a minute and then goes off to find Rhiannon at her room to do the apologizing and offers to let Rhiannon smack her too.
You know, I feel bad about it if you give me permission.
You don't feel bad about it if there's no consent, but you do if there's permission? I'm confused.
No.
Should I?
Yes, because her offering means she recognizes that she did something fucked up. It takes the anger out of it for Rhiannon.
Should I take the offer back?
No, it's too late.
No. Oh, apologies for that as well, then.
Is Barker around this situation?
No, this is in Rhiannon's room.
Perfect. Just making sure.
Thank you for your apology.
So when you kind of exit out of Rhiannon's room and start heading out, you see Narashi's like, well, that was intense. What was... I totally missed it. What was going on there?
I think a lot of things. Not sure I understand all of the things that happened there. I feel like there are some things I missed, but...
That's fair.
I don't think you did anything, though. You're in the clear.
Well, I kind of figured I was probably okay when she didn't slap me, so I...
It's a good first indicator.
Yep.
I mean,
and
you know...
Second and third.
I mean, granted, I'm not used to all of the city and stuff, but I'm not like... Anyway, I'm going to make some dinner.
I'll help.
All right. So, I guess, is there anything you guys want to do before, I guess, figuring out your next steps for the, because we'll say it's probably like late afternoon, very early evening, so maybe like 5-ish or whatever.
Yeah, I'm straight up, after about 10 minutes, I'm straight up heading to Rhiannon's room.
Okay.
And I'll knock.
Yes?
I know you're pissed, but the fight's tonight and we need to figure out what we're doing.
How often do these fights happen?
I genuinely don't know. Would I know? Is there a way for me to know? Is there a history check I can make?
I mean, it depends on how fast they kill each other.
Go ahead and make a history check, actually. We'll go with that.
25. Damn.
And granted, some of this is from kind of distilling some of the stuff that Barca talked about more than anything, and what little sort of hearsay you'd know. But, I mean, usually they'll have a fight every maybe couple of weeks, at the most distance, maybe once a month. But somewhere in that time frame. And it's not an exact science as far as like exact schedule. Kind of the idea is those that are in the know are in the know.
So amend what I
Get
said.
Notified of the specifics, I should say.
Amend what I said to every couple of weeks or so, but there's no science to it.
Maybe we don't go tonight. Maybe instead of trying to slap something together and hoping that we won't all die, maybe we actually work to get in with people we need to get in with and focus on the next one. I don't like it, but what do we have to go on at this point? We have nothing. Your thing didn't go the way you wanted. We don't have time to schmooze anybody. He saw us there with you, if he was paying attention. So that's burned. We can't go back and try to make nice with him now. We have to find another angle in, and we don't have time. We don't have time. Not to do it in a way that's not going to get us all killed. We made our play, and it didn't work. We don't have time to make another one. Not this time. We take it as a setback, we learn from it, we make an actual plan, and we gear up for next time. Because if we try and go in there tonight, we're not going to get what we're there for. And if anything, it'll make things harder for us down the road.
I don't disagree with you on any particular point. And I don't have a better plan. I have a lot of worse ones.
Bad plans put us in danger as well as my mother. And I'm not willing to take that risk with any of our lives.
You're playing dragon chess while I'm playing checkers.
It's my job to play dragon chess. We are so far behind on this. If we're going to get in with this crowd, if that is our goal, if that is the best way to go about this, we need to start spending some money.
Maybe we take one of those rich and wealthy people up on one of their offers and start ingratiating ourselves into the upper echelon of society.
I know it's not everybody's preference, by a long shot.
I'm pretty sure just about everybody's going to hate it.
But
that includes me.
We can try talking to the Knoll tonight. Maybe that's our go tonight. But we can't go to this fighting ring tonight.
If he's one of the organizers for this fight, then he's going to be busy soon. So if you want to do it today, we should do it soon.
Well, and sorry, just as a point of clarification, the Knoll was not connected to the fighting ring. That
I'm sorry.
The smuggler.
They were a separate. No, yeah, sorry. That's just. Gavin is smart enough; he'd know that. Just for your clarification. No,
Adam misunderstood Gavin. So strike what I just said. I mean, if that's what you want to do.
I think that's the play that makes sense. I think it's the smarter play. I'm gonna need you to back me on this with everyone because they are going to hate it. And I know you do, but I need you on my side. Because I am not gonna go in there and get our family killed by doing something rash and stupid.
You're playing chess, the rest of us are playing checkers. I get it. My plan didn't work. Let's go with yours.
Okay.
I got your back.
I wish your plan had worked.
Me too. I'm a little embarrassed. And more than a little frustrated.
I get that. You can't win all of them. God knows I haven't. God's no.
I was seriously this close to just ganking him.
I
know it was a bad idea. The only reason why I didn't is I had this little Rhiannon voice in the back of my head going, no! Actually, it was kind of Barker-y. It was kind of Rebar. No! Don't kill him!
Rhiannon's face goes very stony.
It was a joke.
She needs to lighten up.
I'm sorry.
Let's go talk to everyone.
What's going through your head right now?
I don't particularly wish to talk about it. I am upset, and I recognize that Barca was being sweet, kind of dumb Barca, and I don't fault him for that, and you all took advantage of that. And I feel very violated right now. So, I'm not happy, but I recognize that if I hold this against everyone, it's gonna make things bad. So, I slapped the shit out of a couple of you, and I am going to try to let it go. But you all pull some bullshit like that again, and it's not going to be a little love tap or two across the face. I think we're finished here. And Rhiannon will collect some of her, her papers and things and stuff that she keeps notes on.
Sure.
And head up toward the deck.
Okay. And you see the Goblin crew kind of doing their duties, and you see Nikali kind of sitting on the deck working on the cloak that he's been working on. You see Argentia just kind of lazing on the deck. Every once in a while, you see they stretch their wings a little bit and sort of do that cat-like-esque sort of, spinal sort of stretch thing, and then kind of go back down. And but I don't know, Barca, are you on the deck?
Barca, yeah. Barca's probably would be my guess, kind of. He would be sitting probably with Tina.
Okay.
Being like, I finally understand what it's like to turn into something else. Like you do. You turn into something else. It's a weird feeling. Barker doesn't necessarily like it.
Admittedly, it takes a little getting used to.
Barker thinks he might have turned into something he shouldn't have. Do you know how to know what to turn into to? Because Barca would like to know, like, how did you come up with the actually, which is the real you? Is it the human you or the dragon you?
Oh, this is my natural form, by far. I find it.
Just so we're clear, what form is she? Is are they in?
Or sorry, they are in the silver dragon form.
Thank you.
It's all right. You see, they like it's like, yeah, no. Admittedly, taking the form of the taking the humanoid form was to kind of help deal with the part of that was to kind of help deal with the struggles a little bit of hearing my ancestors call when that whole thing happened, to be able to sort of stop my natural instinct for wanting to just fly straight there. But yeah, no, it is odd sometimes. Like, I'll be honest, being a biped is really weird.
Oh,
Like, I keep wanting to like bend over and put my arms on the ground, and I know that's not right from watching the rest of you walk around.
what is biped?
Oh, sorry, walking on 2 feet like yourself.
You have more than 2 feet?
Well, I mean, when I'm in this form and you see they stand up and you see, all four legs with
Oh,
just the tail touching the ground.
I just thought you were using your arms to help you walk.
I mean, I suppose, yeah, I guess in a sense, but they don't. In this form, I don't really have, you know, thumbs, so it's not quite arms. They feel, I don't know. I'm just used to them being my forelegs. I
Oh,
guess I I guess I never really thought of them as arms, but I could see where you'd maybe think that.
uh, so back to my original question. How did you said you had a vision from your four dragons that gave you that ability to see who to be?
I mean, yes and no. Like, the ability itself, I knew it's something my kind, with training and practice, I mean, eventually have the ability to potentially do, but I admit some of it runs a bit off of instinct. So I'm not the humanoid form that I take is it's not it's as much instinct as thought, and admittedly, is kind of tied up in, I don't know, in some ways I think it's also tied up a little bit in bits and pieces of the people I've come to know too. I guess maybe thinking more about it, in a way, it kind of, I think Zaya actually influenced it a little bit.
You
I
know,
mean,
I noticed you almost look like sisters. Like when you change and are in the same area, except there's different colors.
well, you could say maybe my mental image of her definitely influenced, I guess, how my humanoid form looks. that is before she could then herself turn into a humanoid form. It's kind of hard to describe because admittedly I'm still kind of learning about it a bit myself.
I think Barca understand though. So Barca needs to take a part of Barca into the thoughts of the sisterhood. If Barca goes that direction, what if Barca looks like a bug, like part bug, part bear, part sisters that you two look like, and part Barca? And so he puts the hat back on, and
Sure.
you see a bugbear that's a female bugbear that's appropriately, covered as Rihanna taught Barca, except
Sure.
more towards what he think a bugbear would wear. So it's more like leather, because Barca's never seen a female bugbear per se.
Sure.
He's not probably seen a ton of different bugbears except for maybe what is in captivity. So he changes into, and it looks like an essence of what maybe Tina and Zaya turn into, but in more of a bugbear format, with like the scar is still over the eye, and
Sure.
part of the ear is still missing. But other than that, it's a way more feminine version of Barca.
Okay.
Does this seem more appropriate disguise for when Barca is being, not Barca?
I mean, you look beautiful. I as far as appropriate, I'm not really a good person to judge that. Um, I mean, I see all sorts of people in this city in all different shapes and sizes and I guess genders for those that do that sort of thing. Smells. It's all kind of different. Um, yeah, I'm sorry, Bark. I'm not really a great person to judge on that. I mean, you look fine to me.
Okay, Barca will remember this. Thank you, Tina. I or should I say sister? But and then he takes his hat off and puts it, like, I figure he's got like some sort of sack or pouch with him, and he just stuffs it in the sack. Thank
Sure.
you, Tina. That was good information. And he goes and he just kind of is like, can I just sit and lean on you now?
Sure.
Okay. And he sits and he kind of leans on Zaya and just kind of rests and takes in the sights of what's happening on deck.
Okay. So between Amaya and Rashti, dinner is served, whatever form that is. And I'm assuming the crew will get together to have dinner.
Yeah.
All right. And then, and granted, there's a little bit of tension, but overall, it kind of helps in general to kind of, while maybe not getting rid of the emotions, at least sort of kind of rounding the rough edges to kind of bring it back to maybe not quite necessarily neutral, but close enough that it's not running in the red, so to speak. And with that, I guess, what are you? So I mean, the evening is still ahead of you. You've got plenty of stuff to do, I guess, or what would you like to do?
Rhiannon stepped away for a minute, and I imagine she would have something to add to that, but she is not at her station.
Yeah, I saw that she'd stepped away for a moment. No worries. As far as the rest of you, I guess, if there's anything specifically you want to discuss, at least until such time as Rhiannon's back.
I is mostly just kind of in a holding pattern until we get new kind of directive from Rhiannon.
Mm-hmm. So what I gather is Gavin's plan didn't work.
Yeah, Gavin will kind of fill people in on what happened. And that sort of thing. So, yes, he will admit that his plan did not work as he had hoped. We are gathered at dinner, and we are rounding some of the rougher edges without fully dealing with all of the issues. Rhiannon has returned.
I was just putting that in the thing, but okay. Sorry, I had to pee real fast.
And, yeah, so the GM would like to know what the next step is. As discussed with, as is being discussed with the rest of the party.
Rhiannon's suggestion is to go talk to the Knoll tonight, and theorizing that the fights are about every 2 weeks. Start trying to get in with the nobility and maybe accept a couple of the invitations, and it'll be slower
we're gonna
and more
have
comfortable, but
so we're gonna have to camp in Sharn for 2 weeks.
You don't want to. Are we like, so we're not fighting tonight?
Gavin's plan didn't work. Or at least, we don't know that it worked. It seems like it didn't. If we go in there tonight, we don't have an inn. We don't know what we're going to encounter.
If we go in there tonight, we are going to go in and fight everything.
It is...
And I don't think that's a good idea.
No.
We cannot fight everything. We don't know what's going to be in there. We don't know what nobility and what heat they're going to be packing when they're sitting there.
Exactly.
So we don't...
And once they see us and they see who we are, that's going to make everything exponentially harder for us in the long run. I know you all don't want to stay here or schmooze with the nobles, and it doesn't particularly excite me either, but it is safer and it is smarter and it is more likely to work in the long run.
Feasibly, we do not actually have to stay in Sharn. There's a significant contingent of nobility that would come back and forth from Roat.
True.
We would just... And Roat's not that far.
We could go to Roat instead. That would put some distance between us and your family, Ember.
And Barca wouldn't have to hide on the ship or hide under a disguise every single time we left the ship.
Yeah.
True.
Can we get the information we need in Rowan?
We can get in with the people we need to get in with in Roat. We'll need to ask some questions, and particularly try to find this Knoll tonight. But
honestly, in Roat, my family name means absolutely shit outside of Roat. But my father was generally well liked within the city, so we may have a better chance of getting in with people that I know.
Which gives us an in automatically, so that could be
potential in automatically, yes.
So, just so Barca understand, we not fight tonight, which Barca understands, because for Barca to get into for Barca's idea to work, Barca, we would need some sort of, Barca would need to be on the ticket, on the fight bill. So Barca understand there, because the only other option is for Barca just to say who Barca is, and then they'll make me fight anyway.
Yeah.
Because they'll want to see me fight. Yeah. So we wait 2 weeks, and then we fight?
I don't know.
We're going to have to see what kind of inroads and relationship we can build in that time, Barca. Sorry,
Okay.
let me rephrase that. We're going to have to see what kind of friends we can make in that time. And the kind of friends that we will make will help us figure out what we're going to do. If we can get you to fight in a way that is to our help and not in a way that is based on what they have to say.
Barca apologizes. Barca didn't want to help, but Barca not good at the type of help you need in this. Barca help by making people hurt. That's how Barca always helped people. It's really a catch-22. Sorry, he doesn't say that. That's really. I know it seems weird that I help people by hurting people, but that's how Barca help. And Barca want to help.
We know.
I have a few thoughts on how we could possibly use your particular brand of help, and not in a stupid half-cocked way. I promise.
Whatever you do, don't make me do what the red coats would make me do.
I wouldn't ask you to do anything. I wouldn't want you to do anything that you don't want to do. I would tell you what the idea was, and you would decide if you wanted to do it. I just need to flesh it out in my head first.
Oh no, Barca understands. Barca's free, and Gav can't make Barca do anything Barca doesn't want to do. You've made that very clear. But Barca sometimes used to taking orders in situations like this, so he wants to help. So Barca will help whatever way Gav says, and Riri says, and Ember says, and Maya says. Barca chief of security, Barca not captain.
We're leaning into
Barca
the Gav
is a captain. Oh, Barca.
Okay.
Embrace the Gav.
I'm embracing the Gav.
Barca, you're one of us. You're a captain.
We're all captains, buddy, including you.
Except for Amaya, who is a Commodore.
Except for Amaya, who is a Commodore.
Yeah.
She is accommodating.
She is.
We want to try to get Barca into the fight, yeah, for this plan to work?
I don't know.
What?
I don't
know. Barca could stay on ship and train and get ready for a possible fight. But no, Barca would win. I know everybody's scared and nervous for Barca, but Barca's never lost. Barca the champion. Barca never lose.
So Barca, I want to explain what our fear is. It's not that we're not confident. It's not that we don't know that you can win. We know that you can win. However, if you go back, if they try to punish you for leaving, they hurt you, and then make you fight, we are concerned that that will not go the way they want. You remember how you told us the story about the magic person that you couldn't defeat because he helped somebody on his team?
There was a magic person in the crowd that got caught, but I couldn't defeat the person I was in front of at the time. I did still win that fight, though.
But that's my point. If they were to make it so hard for you to fight because they were angry with you for escaping, we're concerned that we will not be able to help you enough that you could win. We know you are strong. We know how strong you are. But everybody, every last person, can be defeated, can be killed.
Yes, but Barca understand, but Barca still gladiator. Barca proud to be gladiator. And there's no more honorable death than I could think of if it was in this, for this group of people, for this specific reason. That's an honorable death. Barca's still not going to die.
Good. We
So-
don't want Barca to die.
But
Again,
in your weird ass scenario, is
Let's
Barca
call
would
that. Let's call that the backup plan.
Well, it seems to me we have two primary courses of action. Either we ingratiate ourselves with nobility, try to get in as on the up and up as one can get into an illegal fighting ring, and try to buy or politic Rhiannon's mother out. Or we go in as fighters, cause some havoc, and try to break her mother out.
We have to find her first. We don't know where she is. This
We
is
don't
a
actually.
play
Yeah,
for
we just know that she
information.
came through here. We don't know that she's down there.
This
She
is
might
a
have
play
been
for
smelled at the drawing.
information.
This is an informational thing, and that's it.
What if we create this? I mean, people know who Riri are and Gavin are, but because they have, like, I guess some like family name thing. Barca's not. Barca only have one name, so and you are family, so maybe one day Berezaya or something. But I try like, what if we get into a situation where the next 2 weeks we create a ludus? Barca has enough no knowledge. What the hell? Barca has enough brain brain words to like help you understand what you need to know to be part of Ludus and give you all the knowledge. Then maybe Gavin is the Dominus, who, that's, by the way, Dominus is the highest rank, or the person who owns the Ludus, just so you know. And so we get in that way, and then you guys say we've got a fighter, and then you get in with all. Then we could get along. We could go along multiple legal fighting rings, which could lead to Riri. It might lead to more fights, but we could go and get that information that way. And we just take the next 2 weeks to get and then when we get the information, we stop.
It's an interesting idea. Blend the two approaches.
Actually, kind of
You
like
get in with the nobility under the guise of wishing to enter the competitions with our own crew of fighters.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose that would lead to pretty organic conversations about procuring other slaves, where certain ones may have gone.
And between Barca and Ember, we could get the crowd. The crowd is so powerful. It's if we have the crowd, like the people who have the money, they want to be involved. They can't help it. It's like it's like it's like a drug to them, and you get information that way.
I am a fantastic announcer. That is for sure.
You're going to be his Chaucer.
Absolutely.
To his
like in Knight's
Liechtenstein.
Tale.
My hype man.
Your hype man.
Yep.
My height woman.
Barca.
Von Liechtenstein.
Here's a thought. What if we did... Because one of the greatest things, if you can win over the crowd, one of the greatest things is a twist, right? That's one of the greatest things in most books that we read. So what if you are a bugbear that we're entering as my primary fighter, but you always wear a mask, and we give you a name other than Barca Beast of the Pits? And then when we finally get to where we need to go, we reveal who you truly are.
Barca would be so... Barca, and then Barca knows that he's not slave. He knows that he's same as everybody here. Barca understand. But what if that point we reveal that Barca is fighting in that ring as free Barca and wins champion as free gladiator? That's nothing. That's not happened before. Barca would be in history.
Do they allow free fighters to fight in the ring?
Here's the thing: if he wins the crowd, they won't have a choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We win the crowd. We get it's dangerous because people will probably come after us, but we already have lizard things after us, so at least we know it's coming.
And we're definitely not going to make any. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rihanna.
I'm not real keen on adding to our list of threats that are following us.
I mean, as it stands, we're already going to get the red talons on our asses.
If we reveal Barca, yeah.
Well,
but if we do what Gav says and put mask on Barca and change Barca's name,
perhaps we don't have to reveal who he truly is. But if we do reveal the other part of that, the fact that he is in fact not a slave, but a free bugbear, that could still have the impact that we need. We don't have to reveal that he's Barca, Beast of the Pits.
I think maybe we workshop that.
It's fair.
Let's talk about that, because even not revealing who specifically he is, revealing that he's free to an arena full of nobility and slaves could cause
I don't
problems
think
for the slave owner.
We might cause an accidental riot.
Barca is not saying. Barca says that when we do the twisty thing, that's when we reveal that Barca has been a free fighter this whole time.
Not everything
But we're
is
saying,
like
Barca,
books.
that when you reveal that, that might make all of the slave owners and the slaves
angry.
Very angry, and might cause a lot of problems.
We're getting ahead of ourselves here.
We are getting ahead of ourselves.
The next steps that we need to take are: 1, we need to go talk to the Knoll. 2, we need to start working our way in with the nobles, either accepting invitations here or taking Zaya to Rowat and working in Rowat.
I vote Rowat. I think we'll have a smoother time, particularly since I've burned the bridge with Wentworth.
Let's talk to the Knoll tonight, like nowish, and then we can leave.
Like, our list of enemies in Sharn is growing. We're getting a lot of attention to us.
Part of that is unavoidable. Part of that
Yeah.
is bad luck.
Yeah.
Part of
But
that
I'm
is
just
because
saying-
we're a little loud.
Barca can be silent when off Zaya if you want.
That's not what I meant, buddy.
That's not what. Yeah, we're not good at not displaying to everybody who the fuck we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Doesn't matter how loud you actually are.
Oh. Barca will do whatever it takes to get Riri's mom. So if that includes talking to the rich, Barca just don't like rich people. He doesn't like, and Barca not good at talking to them. Maybe Barca not talk.
That's fair. Maybe leave that to Rihanna and Ember and myself.
Also, if we're trying to get you into legitimate fighting, or trying to get you in as a fighter, you being quiet and just looking scary is gonna probably go a ways.
One of my nicknames is the Breaker of Silence because I defeated a scary gladiator that never talked once. So and made him scream out in pain. So I could be like that gladiator, except for the screaming out in pain.
I am here for that.
Let's go talk to this Knoll.
Okay.
Because honestly, if he can just tell us where your mom is, then this whole thing is moot.
Well, somehow I doubt it'll be that easy.
I mean, it's never that easy, but it's worth a shot.
How great would it be if it was that?
Right? Just Brian's like, just go fucking talk to the Knoll. That's all you're gonna do.
I'm just saying, in general, I just throw all these plot hooks out there, and like fishing, I just see which one you guys bite on. That's all. Like different lures, different takes. We'll see where you go. But anyway,
We're gonna go talk to the knoll.
all right. So you head out that evening then to go.
Yep.
All right. Go ahead for me and make an investigation roll. I'll say since you're all kind of going as a group, you roll with advantage.
Don't mind if I do. Hang on, I need to add a d4 to
I'm sorry, what was that?
that. 24.
24. You are able to find, because there are districts in Sharn that are definitely, granted more in the lower wards, but that are definitely more monstrous friendly compared to most of you pale skins out there.
Yeah.
Or pinkies, as it were. Sorry, I had a game where I was playing a goblin and everybody was pinky except for the guy that converted him from evil, who is Boss Man.
Hi, I'm Boss Man.
That would be Boss Man right there.
Nice.
But everyone else was pinky, so that was,
That's awesome.
Yep. It was a lot of fun.
Oh man.
But you're able to actually find where this knoll kind of resides. There is a tavern of a sort. It's not an official tavern, so to speak, but it's more of but then again, you're deep enough down in the lower levels of Sharn that the City Watch are really not very prominently around. And you are kind of entering in one of these sort of monstrous districts. I can look up the name of it later on, but for right now, the description should be enough. But you do find where this, asking around where this knoll, this husker resides, so to speak, or frequents when he is in town, which is again more of a watering hole referred to as the Den. Again, it's not an official place by any means, but you see there's like a couple of ogres kind of standing as almost like bouncer to the place, and as the group of you approaches, you see I guess who would be in the lead of our little group party here as you guys head towards the location?
I'm pointing at Rhiannon, but you can't tell because you're not here.
That's fair.
As soon as I see the ogres outside, I would grab Barka's arm and pull him up next to me.
Amari would stand on her other side.
Is Barka wearing a mask, or is beforehand here? Because he probably doesn't have a mask yet. So Barka's probably wearing his hat, and he's in the Zaya bugbear form, if that makes sense.
Okay, sure. So you see one of the ogres kind of puts out a beefy hand that kind of to stop you, which, since it's kind of hovering in front of your face, you realize could easily palm your head, which is a little disturbing. And surprisingly enough, the hand smells faintly of cheese, but it's like, and you just hear, "You're not allowed in here," and you see the ogre's kind of looking directly at you, Rhiannon, and kind of looks at the rest of you, like, and then looks over at you, Bart, and says, "You're allowed." The rest of you know. Well, and then you see they look over at Ember and they kind of like,
Oh. Gavin kind of makes a significant look at Rhiannon in a I have an idea kind of way.
Oh, great. Okay.
So in Giant, because I believe ogres speak Giant, he will, emulating kind of their tone, Her ladyship does not wander these streets in monstrous form.
Yes.
go ahead and make a deception roll.
Okay.
I like it. I have no idea what you said, but I like it.
24.
And they got a 2.
Ogres.
And then you see that like one of them just starts nodding.
And I look very.
But you see the second one's like, which one you talk about?
Gestures towards Rhiannon.
Rhiannon stands up taller and tries to look scarier. And just glares at him. Stand aside.
Rhiannon, I would like you to make a deception roll.
In common, I will say,
Natural 19.
as she's kind of bolstering, Your ladyship, and this is in common, Your ladyship, please show mercy. They know not what they do. They're just doing their jobs.
22.
Okay. And you see they both kind of look at each other, kind of worried. But, wait here. And you see they both kind of like, almost kind of like huddle with each other. It's like, well, I don't know. It just looks like one of them knife ears, but it's like, but maybe she has powerful. It's like, I don't know. It's running around with the bugbear.
As they're talking, can I just like?
They're just grunting, aren't they?
I mean, they are talking in kind of a mixture of giant and sometimes goblin. So like Barca picks out every like third or fourth word.
As they're talking, I
goblin,
want to
you
like
said?
cast Sacred Flame just in my hands and just have my hands like light up.
Nice.
Okay, they when they see that, they do back up and kind of brandish their weapons like, hey, none of that.
Put it away.
Amaya is going to mind link whichever one seems to be more in charge and just go, Her ladyship does not like to be kept waiting.
Yes!
So here's what I would like.
Oh, God.
Rhiannon, go and make a...
Hi, buddy. Come here.
We'll call it an intimidation roll. I will allow you to roll with advantage because of all of this.
Oh, that's not bad. That's a dirty 20.
And you see they kind of like, they look at each other and look back and forth, and you see the one that you mind linked into, his eyes just kind of go wide. It's like, let him in, let him in. And you see they're like, right this way.
Wise
Kinda.
choice. And Rhiannon will like stalk with attitude.
I just deadpan stare at them, and the flames just get a little bit bigger in the hair.
Barcus,
They're like-
effects.
And they just kind of, they put away their weapons like, right this way, right.
Gavin
this way.
affects a bit of a like relieved, anxious air. Like, thank God she didn't just lose her shit.
And Amaya is trying to kind of like adopt a bodyguard formation, so like kind of in front of her a little bit, but also very much not in front of her.
I'm
Okay.
definitely taking up the rear.
All right.
It's like,
So you enter in, and granted, there is definitely kind of a musky scent as you enter in. As you see, there is a several looks like tables and made out of maybe like even like barrels and crates and whatnot. Some chairs, some not. You see a slew of different individuals that, you know, quite frankly, in most societies would be considered more of the monstrous types. You see some lizard folk. You see some goblins, hobgoblins, bugbears. You see some gnolls. You see you're guessing a harpy. Just judging by the way she looks, you see actually you see a harpy actually talking to what could only be a troll, judging by the green, nasty, wartish skin and long, pronounced nose and jagged teeth and claws. And you see they're having sort of some sort of negotiation, and then the troll just kind of, after they seem to come to an agreement, troll slams its hand down on a table and chops off two of its fingers and picks them up and hands it to her. I mean, you see they start growing back, so it's not like the end of the world or anything, but
Can I scan around and look for the gnoll?
and yeah, go and make a perception roll. And actually, any of you who want to, feel free.
21.
I would, but I have cat.
And you do notice, like, as you guys enter in, you notice so there is not an elf, a dwarf, a gnome, a human, a halfling, like anywhere within 100 feet of this place. So when you guys walk in, like,
everything stops.
whatever conversation and kind of chit chat just kind of dies down to nothing all of a sudden as they all kind of like watch you enter.
I glare at anybody who looks at me.
Gavin steps kind of in the front of everybody and will enact Necrotic Shroud. So the eyes go black and the skeletal wings shoot out his back. And then in Draconic will announce loudly, "Go about your business!" And then let it go.
And with that, they do. And so it kind of goes back to the normal kind of chit chat and hubbub.
We're not loud at all.
we are the subtlest of
didn't we
subtle.
just have that fucking conversation?
Rhiannon, what did you get for your perception then?
21.
Sorry, what was that?
A 21.
Sure enough, you see the description, at least as what was given to you, kind of sitting off in more of in a corner. You see this gnoll along with a couple of kind of sitting off by themselves, sort of drinking a bit, wearing some looks like cast off sort of leather armor, and has a couple of like short swords and definitely gives you that sort of feeling, you know, especially being around your dad and Narashi and whatnot, of maybe more of an outdoorsy type. Not really super comfortable here. And you see that actually this individual that you, again, are pretty sure is Husker, more because of the fact that you identify not just the gnoll in general as sort of sticking out a little bit, but the gnoll's two pet, well, they're not quite guard dogs. They have sort of weird, sort of elongated necks slightly. I mean, they look kind of somewhat canine, aka they're hyenas, that are kind of sitting kind of laying down next to him, sort of gnawing on a bone that uh, that might be humanoid.
Awesome. Awesome.
But you notice that mainly just kind of staying kind of to themselves and sort of drinking a mug of whatever the hell they're serving here, which
I would like to go to the bar and grab a couple of mugs of
okay.
whatever they're serving.
So they are serving a so the bartender, as it is this sort of a hobgoblin individual wearing wearing kind of a blood-stained apron, and is sitting there kind of wiping out one of the mugs with a kind of a dirty wash rag. And you see as you approach, kind of hooks the mug up on a hook and looks at you and says something in Goblin.
I look at Gavin.
Gavin looks at Barca.
Barker doesn't say anything. He's silent.
Gavin
Hang on,
will.
guys. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. I might have a thing. Hang on.
I just stare at him with like my best her ladyship face on. Like, how dare you?
Ember would know already, so I'm gonna let her figure out before
Yeah.
I say what I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. So I would just lean in, kind of lean into Rhiannon's ear and just whisper what they're saying, and I'm expending a bardic inspiration for Universal's speech.
Okay. What does that do for you? Does that give you like tongues?
For 10 minutes, I understand all the languages,
Are
spoken languages.
you able to also speak them or just understand them?
I am also able to. Oh, hang on. They understand me, and I can
And you
hear it.
understand them.
Yeah.
And basically just asked in Goblin, what would you like?
I will. Again, trying to keep like that haughty, like, I can't believe he's even speaking directly to me. Whisper back to Ember, just tell him 2 mugs of whatever the fuck he's serving.
And I relay.
Well, we got slog and we got crow's blood. What you like?
We'll go for the slog.
All right. How many?
2.
Oh, right. All right. That'll be 2 bits.
I toss him the 2 bits.
So 2 coppers.
Yeah.
And you get this. He puts down 2 mugs, and granted, these are fairly large-sized mugs. Like they're, I mean, probably more like Stein-sized mugs, because granted, some of the beans in here are that small. But and you see this sort of foul-smelling, really sort of darkish brew of something, but it has that sort of slightly iridescent, oily sheen to it at the top, like you're, and smells overpoweringly alcoholic and faintly fish smelling. Like it's.
Okay, good shit. All right.
I'm here for it.
And
I am not touching them myself because I am her ladyship. But so
I will be her.
be my cupbearer.
I will be her cupbearer.
Okay.
Her lady's maid.
Yeah. So
This really has been the weirdest day.
yeah, it's been such a weird day.
So weird.
Once Ember picks them up, Rhiannon just kind of like, with a nod, starts walking toward the Knoll stable.
Okay.
And like gestures for her to set one down for him.
Okay. As you guys approach, you see the two hyenas kind of perk up when they see you approach and start to sit up, and they do actually seem to growl a little bit once you get within a certain proximity. I'd say maybe within about 10 to 15 feet.
Barca growls back instinctively.
Yes, I was hoping for that.
Go ahead and make an intimidation roll, Barca.
$19, but for an 18. Rolled a 19, got an 18.
Just it makes no sense.
You know, you growl back, and you see the two hyenas flinch, and like, as they're not quite sure what to do with that. I mean, they're still kind of trying to be defending their stuff, but you can definitely sense they've been cowed a bit. And you do kind of hear a come from the knoll as you see the knoll kind of looks up at all of you approaching, and then kind of snaps his fingers, and you see the two hyenas just kind of sit, no longer aggressively growling, but just kind of sit and watch you.
Walk up and pet one behind the ear.
It bites your hand off.
Go ahead and make animal handling. Thank you. Didn't have my character sheet in front of me to see the.
I'm actually decent at that one, but I only rolled a 4, so 7. Actually, you know what I do first?
What do you do?
Let me see if this will work out first. So, because I just realized I have something that I should like. Basically, I have speak with animals.
Sure.
So I cast that on myself real quick and just say, hello, my good friends. I am Barca. I come in peace.
Yes, I forgot that was your speak with the animals voice.
Oh my god!
I apologize if my pet behind your ear was a little aggressive. I've been not myself lately.
Wow.
And you basically, they reply, so you not bad?
No, not bad. Only if you get angry. I have an anger management issue that I am currently working on. But if you get angry, I will react. So as long as we all hang out, it's going to be just fine. And of course, all you guys hear is like probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the dogs are just going nuts.
And you see the knoll, sees the group of you approach and kind of cowers back.
And I gesture
all
at
of you.
Ember to set a drink down for him.
I present with a flourish, of course.
We're friends. We'd like to talk.
Gestures kind of to the chair.
I sit.
I pull out the chair for her.
Do you speak
Push her
common?
in.
Sorry, Rhiannon, I didn't hear what you said.
Do you speak common? I guess. Okay. Ember, your services. Will you please let him know that we're just here to talk?
I will expend another bardic inspiration.
Well, wait a second. You said it lasts for like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, but it's just for the one type creature.
Oh.
Gotcha.
So since he is a different type creature, I need to do it again.
Sorry.
I see. Okay.
So that's fine. That's what they're there for.
Do you need Barca to be communicative device between you two? Barca speak animal.
No, I think Ember's got me, but thanks.
Okay.
I mean, Ember shall provide translating services for me.
So,
Yes.
Ember, what do you say then to address the gnoll?
My lady wishes to speak with you.
and you and then after a bit of fit of that, you hear, sorry, I whenever I'm nervous, I tend to laugh. It's a thing. Who are who are all of you? What do you want with me?
And I scoot back and whisper in Rhiannon's ear.
Now, granted, for the rest of you, it just sounds like a hyena bark, and at least my lame attempt to do so.
But Barca can actually understand what's happening.
Yep.
Does Barca speak Gnoll?
Oh, is that not animal? Are they not? Oh, never mind then.
Like you're speaking with the hyenas, no problem, but the actual Gnoll is speaking Gnoll.
My bad. That's right. Okay.
Tell him we're friends. I only want to talk with him. I heard he was the person to go to acquire specific things. And I'd like to make a business arrangement.
I go back. My lady wishes friendship, and we had heard that you are able to procure items, and perhaps maybe we can have a business arrangement.
Items? I mean, what is your lady looking for?
I don't go back to Rhiannon. I to be blunt, people. Slaves. Special.
My apologies. I don't. I'm not a slaver, but I I can get you in touch with people who are. Or are you are you looking to purchase?
We are looking to purchase a very specific slave.
Apologize. Um, this is not the best place to to speak of such things. But uh, I if you are if you're looking to get connected with someone, I maybe maybe not here in here, but I travel to places where they are able to be purchased, acquired.
We would be very interested. In that location.
Well, I mean, I do take goods or people to and from places. I could help you. If you're interested in I guess going, or I could go retrieve if your things, but I'm I'm more of a I don't. It kind of looks at the group of you, since you, I mean, hugely outnumber him, 6 to 1, or maybe like 6 to 1.5 if you count the hyenas. Um, but you see, he's like, I could could take you there.
One
or
moment.
or
I scoot back to Rhiannon. Okay, here's a skinny. I relay all that. That was said.
I will say that I am watching the knoll very closely to see if he is, one, paying attention, and if he is, to what they're doing, and two, if he's actually able to understand what they're saying.
So go ahead and make an insight check. I will say for Gavin, this is the first knoll you've ever come across.
I will roll with disadvantage.
So I would say roll with disadvantage.
12?
Sorry, how much?
1, 2, 12.
Okay. You definitely get the sense that the knoll does not appear to understand what the hell you guys are saying.
Okay.
And while you don't necessarily understand what the knoll is saying, definitely a bit of nervousness there in general.
Okay.
As far as something more specific, since you don't speak the language, unfortunately, that does hinder it a little bit. But
yeah, that's fair.
I kind of has her back to the conversation and is looking down the rest of the room, just in case anybody tries to come over to, figure out what's going on, kind of warn them away.
And you see several people, several of the beings in this establishment are maybe keeping a weary eye on you, but they're, for the most part, just kind of
minding their own business.
They're yeah, minding their own business for the most part, maybe subtly curious, but not enough that weren't getting themselves into potential trouble to try to see what's going on with you guys.
Yep.
Tell him to take us wherever he is taking us. I would be interested if you can work it into conversation. Things like how long has he been smuggling? I mean, obviously not said like that, but like how long has he been doing it? Does he smuggle slaves? And
Right, because
again,
she
that
got
we're looking for a specific slave that we've heard tales of her skill set, etc.
and that was 10 years ago.
5 years.
5. Okay, right. Okay, and I scoot back over to him. Words just floated away.
Words are hard.
Okay. I ask. Shit. I ask where. We're very interested in
Talking more.
procuring that slave. But we're also trying to track her. But we're trying to, well, you know, because we're trying to procure this slave that that would have passed through here about 5 years ago. But you know, it's really hard to track down people that have that sort of deep-lined expertise. Have you been going at this very long? Maybe you know more senior slave traders.
I know of several slaver types, mostly in Droam. I can take you there if you wish to meet, or I should say to take your your mistress's agents to negotiate. I mean, if she wants to go to it could be and looks at Rhiannon like dangerous. But we could take you to the slave. I could take you to the slavers. We could take you and points towards his hyenas. We could take you there. It's I make it a relatively safe journey.
We can handle our own. No worries there.
Oh well, you know, I know. I just, you know, for those that want to go to to the pro-am, I just, you know, your well, not your kind, their kind are usually less safe, but
Human.
but I can guide.
I walk back over to Rhiannon. He can take us there
Take us where?
to the slavers to possibly talk to them.
And Ember, he did mention Droam, which is a country,
yeah.
which is a country to the west of Braylon.
He wants to take us to Droam?
Yep. That's where the slave handlers, slave traders, trading.
Well, I don't think we're going to Droam right now.
We don't even know if she's there.
Yeah. Ask if he knows who in Sharn a slave would have been sold to prior to them being sent anywhere.
Okay.
A new slave.
Go over to him. We don't have a time for such a journey to Droam. Where in Sharn would a transaction like that would have occurred? Because we know it happened here. We know she was here.
My apologies, but usually the the slaves don't come from Droam to to here. They usually go from here to Droam.
So she would have been sold here and sent to Droam?
Most likely.
Yeah, but okay, so if she was still sold here. I'm trying to track down who in Sharn 5 years ago would have been the broker, the seller.
I'm
confused.
I could try to introduce, but and kind of again looks to like Amaya and Gavin and Rhiannon, and then kind of like, I don't know if they deal with their kind.
What kind do they deal with?
Kind of points towards Barca.
Yeah, we're not looking for dealing with trading Barca's kind.
Oh no no. Just they rarely. I can try to introduce you to the brokers, the word you used, but they may not deal with them.
Oh, they won't allow them entry.
Possibly.
Okay.
We can still, I can still try.
You said that you shuffled along goods. and people.
People who, well, people who usually want to enter in or exit out of Droam. Yes.
How long have you
Good,
been doing
good,
it?
good.
Are you experienced at it?
I've I've made the journey many times. I know it like the back of my paw.
Yeah, but how many years? How many times?
Since I've been a pup, it's a family tradition.
Do you remember a lot of the people that you've shuffled back and forth?
uh, I, I don't pay I guess a whole lot of attention, but I mean, if they stick out,
I mean, have you transported a lot of humans?
A reminder that I'm a half elf, and so
Half
is my
elf,
mother.
sorry. Elf. Elves.
um, not often. Mostly, the greenskins. The-
Mm-hmm. This one looks a lot like my lady.
Tell you what, he'll make a. And you see, kind of look when you say that, kind of stops and takes a second to sort of look at Rhiannon.
And I flip him a coin and I give him bardic inspiration to remember. I'm hoping.
What's your bardic inspiration?
It's a D8.
And you see, kind of looks back and forth, looks at you, Ember, looks at Rhiannon, kind of looks back and forth, and then kind of stops for, leans forward towards Rhiannon for just a moment, then stops and then kind of looks back and kind of, may I approach your lady?
Yeah. I'll walk back and whisper in Rhiannon's ear. Just he's gonna approach. Just play it like hoity-toity cool.
You got it.
And you see, kind of comes towards you and sort of looks, and again, still kind of yipping and yiping as he goes along, but kind of sort of takes a look at you, and then kind of leans in and kind of smells a little bit, and then kind of steps back and again looks very nervous and fidgety. You're guessing Ember because, well, you're outnumbered and scary, but kind of
We do have a presence.
right.
It's putting it mildly.
I don't know. She seems her smell seems somewhat familiar. I maybe if it was, I was just a pup. My 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 sire would have been the one probably to have done it.
Is he still around?
Oh, no, passed away. Killed 2 years ago.
My condolences. It's really disappointing that you don't remember. But you say it's familiar. Her scent.
Yeah, I mean, I can't place it, but it seems there's something familiar about it. Look, I don't mean any trouble to any of you. I don't want to.
We come in peace. We mean you no harm. We are just on a mission to find this person. And we are willing to pay for it.
And you see, as soon as you say that, like the ears, like. I'm willing to help.
I mean, you can see my lady is very grand.
Oh, yeah, grand. Yep, grand.
This slave is very important. So we need... Did your father work with someone else that we may question to find this slave that passed hands 5 years ago?
Yeah. His partner is in town. Sort of retired, but not really. But
Excellent. What's his name?
Crap. No, game has to think of a name. Sorry, think about it. I believe his name was Harsk. Yeah, Harsk.
Harsk. And Harsk is a... person, human, dragon.
Oh, you mean like? Harsk is a gray skin, large like your lady friend there, pointing towards Barca. But not furry.
So
like
Goliath.
Friend. I don't come across much of them in my travels.
Do you know what language they speak?
I think the same as
other than Noel.
Big guys outside. I speak Goblin too. If you need to speak, if this is
No, that is very helpful. We might have others joining in on this conversation. And I go back, one moment, please. And I flip him another gold coin.
Okay.
I go back to Rhiannon. Okay, and everybody else, really, because we're all there.
Now I do have a question before we dive into this. It's already 5:20 something. I know we're running late.
Oh shoot!
How late do you guys want to go? Because I realize we're already kind of running past our normal kind of time, and I don't know where everybody's at.
Can we wrap up this conversation in the bar and then call her done?
That's what I was planning or
Yeah.
hoping, but I just don't know. I just figured I'd do a quick check-in because I realized we are running a little bit long.
I've got about 10 minutes before I got to run.
Okay.
Then-
Okay, so just, we'll all keep that in mind. And then please continue.
He does speak Goblin. Sorry, forgot to ask in the beginning of all of this.
I'm assuming you relay to us. Sorry, I am assuming that you relay to us all of what he just said.
Yeah.
Harsk, I know that name. That's the Goliath who runs the fighting ring. Does he know where we can find him, and will he be willing to talk to us?
Yep, I go back to him. Do you know where to find your partner, or your dad's ex-partner, Harsk? And would he talk to us?
Maybe. I could definitely try to introduce you.
We would very much like to do that. And the sooner the better, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Where would I find you if I need when I'm able to, I guess, make the arrangements?
Where I go back. God damn it. Where he can take us. He's gonna ask if he'll talk to us, but he wants to know where are we staying,
Oh, we're not telling him that. What do you think? Maybe tell him that we'll just come back here.
We don't know when he's going to be done.
Tomorrow.
right.
I
Should we
will
get it?
list. I will actually throw out the name of a swanky hotel in one, not in the Skyway, but in like the upper.
Okay.
Yeah. We got the dough. Let's splash out.
Okay.
Let's drive this deception home. All right. Yeah, I go back to him and tell him the fancy hotel.
And
Under the name Sugar Fluff.
Sugar Fluff? Okay.
Under the name
No.
Sugar Fluff. Done. Sold. Cannon.
We went there.
I mean, you get the sense that he has no idea what like an elf or dwarf or halfling name is, so that sure. As far as he knows,
no.
that's what elves' names are.
Lady Sugarfluff it is.
That is what this operation name is now. It's Operation Sugar Fluff.
So he says, okay, I'll go see what I can do for introductions. If I'm able to, if I'm able to, sorry, I'm not. I'm more. if I need to bribe to get the introduction, well, what should I do?
I slide him. Hang on. Actually, I plunk down. I plunk down a sack of 500 gold.
And you see his eyes kind of widen with alarm, and kind of quickly hides it before other patrons in the bar see that, but just kind of nods like. And you see actually.
But okay, so when he grabs it, I would like to quickly try to snatch his hand.
Easily done.
And slam it down and lean in really close, and my hair is going really dark. And I say to him, if you just cut and run, we will find you. Get it?
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Poor thing.
Puddle of urine under his chair.
Sorry, for some reason I figured with this guy, like the idea of the whole like nervous laughter thing, like from the Joker, totally went. It's like, and with the hyena thing, it just not that I can do the hyena laugh at all, any good whatsoever, but
I just walk away.
Okay.
As we leave, I look at my hyena friend and say, "Well, my chaps, it was good to see you. I hope to see you again. And your master seems nervous. I hope that doesn't hurt your future. Toodaloo."
Bye. And so yeah, with that, actually, Husker will then soon depart to go make the introductions, and I'm assuming you guys will head back then, or
Sounds like we're going to a hotel.
We're going to the hotel.
Gonna go get rooms at a swanky hotel under Lady Sugarfluff.
Okay. And you're easy enough to do that. It's probably, being that this is a swanky high-end joint, we're going to say it's going to be like, probably like 5 gold a night. But that's like all services taken care of as far as like laundry, food, servants, should you need them. Like,
I dropped 35 gold.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was like well, if you want like a suite, that would be for like the suite for all of you, basically. If you want it, you wouldn't have to.
No, for numerous nights.
Oh, okay. Never mind that. So you pay for several nights. Good to go.
Yeah, in advance, kind of thing.
Done and done.
For a week, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah.
They also, like, if you want any of your weapons sharpened, they'll sharpen them. If you want your armor repaired and cleaned, like they will take care of you.
I will tell them. I'll slip them some gold and let them know that I'm looking for a shard of a specific kind of crystal. The Kalashtar one.
Okay.
Crystal.
Now, Amaya would not do this, but the player is super tempted to ask them to sharpen her sunblade.
That is.
That's a little mean. But
Amaya doesn't do that. But the player thought of that and was like, that would be mean but funny.
So with that, we'll say you get the room for the night. Then I'm assuming you guys are then spending the evening.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, and we'll leave it in. We'll wrap it up with that then.
All
and
right. Join us again in 2 weeks.
Yes, so we'll be doing this again in 2 weeks. Thank you all for joining us. I realize it was kind of a longer session, but lots of fun role playing, and I always kind of enjoy it because half the time I get to just kind of sit back and enjoy watching it, truthfully be told. So it's beautiful. But yeah, thank you all for joining us. We'll be back in 2 weeks on Sunday at noon Central Time. Be there, be squared.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.